Rise and shine, it's time to hate. And I haven't logged into my live thing. There we go. Please work. Yes, we're working. Good. Hello, everyone. My audio may sound a tiny bit different today because I have been massively changing up my setup because, yeah, this is the first stream that I've been able to do with my new tablet. The tablet that Charlotte most kindly donated to me for the low price of shipping from England to Ireland. And it is an extremely nice tablet. I'm, in fact, using this new tablet tonight as my second monitor so that I can both use OBS and I can look at the stream material. Hello, Trill. Hello, Lich Zim the Great. Hello, Arclight, Salamandra, Maniacal Foreigner. Was it in a sealed package? It was in a very beat-up package because it had been sitting around in her cramped studio apartment for many, many months. So it was, and it was secondhand to begin with, so it was not in the best condition. But the tablet itself is completely fine. I have it plugged in and everything. I had to steal several cables from my father's office that were, because the standard HDMI cables and USB cables that it came with are like a foot long at most, and it's set up about 2.5 feet from my tower, so I had to get new cables to connect it up. I don't know if it's my ears, but you do sound better. Thank you. It may be the acoustics have just changed because my monitor is now about an extra 1.5 feet away from my face. So it could just be that the sound is not being reflected off my screen quite as much. That might improve it. And I technically have a more, I suppose with this monitor here, also there would be better sound reflection quality too. So, I mean, yeah. Lost my earbuds in my house despite not going anywhere in the hour window I lost them. Had to order a new pair, which comes today, but they now got delayed by 2 days. Why is everything so gay? I sympathize immensely. I also apologize if there are any slurping noises, because I am having coffee. I was a bit worried that I would be sick for this stream, but fortunately I seem to have recovered from the weird... I thought I was going down with a stomach virus because on Sunday when I attended church, there was somebody who fainted because they had a stomach virus and they came anyway, and it got a bit overwhelming with them. And I woke up yesterday, was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. And I was like, oh, I don't feel well at all. I don't feel well at all. My stomach, I had no appetite whatsoever. Felt really bad. I felt on the verge of throwing up most of the day, but I started to get better in the evening, and then I went to bed, and I slept for a good 8 or 9 hours. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Discord has not enabled streamer mode again for some reason. I just don't understand the way Discord works sometimes. Discord, it works when it wants to. That's about all I can say about it. So I apologize for the Discord noises. Sorry, someone just sent me a message. Admins. That's hilarious. That's quite hilarious. Why is everyone getting sick? I know like 10 people who have been sick all week, upper respiratory infections. Fortunately, I had no... I get very bad upper respiratory infections. I don't have particularly good nasal passages. I had asthma when I was very young, but it more or less went away as I got older. I was actually an Offkai attendee. They had to switch Discord for one of the panels because the Offkai site was so bad. Oh dear. Are you willing to reveal what panel that was? Kinda wish I could have gone to Offkai, but at a Church Greek festival at the same time on the East Coast. Shame, wanted to meet Kyla and Leah. You didn't miss much. You didn't miss much. I might actually, when I say might, I will almost certainly go to V Expo, which I will talk more about later on in the stream. It was the Idle ES panel. I'm told the guy that was in VC with you earlier. I'm the guy that was in VC. Oh, I see. Okay, I see. Remember to get your quintuple vaccine. I am completely unvaxxed. I am completely unvaccinated. And I got COVID At the same time as my entire family were completely vaxxed and fully boosted. One of them got COVID first, and then I got it. And there was absolutely no difference between the durations of our COVID infections or our symptoms. No difference whatsoever. So, you know, at absolute worst, I am no more vulnerable to COVID than any other person in my family who have all been vax-maxed. That's just a complete nonsense. I never got it. Yeah, it was only like 7 or 8 months ago. Yeah, no, let me just look at my, yeah, it's the 6th. It was about 8 months ago. 8 months ago. I got it in late 2023. I actually got church vespers tonight, so we'll have to stop watching in 1520. I hope you have fun. I hope you have fun. Or at the very least, you have a pious time. I hope you have a pious time. It was weird because I was around it all the time. Yeah, I was around it for a lot of the time. I just didn't get it. Or at least I don't think I get it. Apparently, an awful lot of people have had COVID and just never even noticed because it never got past their nasal passages. They might have had a sore nose for a couple of days, and that was it. Offkai was a fun time though. We'll probably go back again next year if it happens. Also, the idle V4 Mirai constant got delayed twice because of tech issues. And some panels were pushed back by 2 hours. My chain-smoking 73-year-old grandpapa got COVID. Only thing that happened was he almost punching a nurse because he needs my smokes. Yeah, I can't help but notice that we're not getting any angry White House tweets about a winter of severe illness and death anytime soon. And of course, there's the whole stuff about Fauci going through Congress and all that kind of nonsense. Guy at my old job literally ran up to me one Friday and said he had COVID. I got symptoms a few days later and thought it was just a bad cold. Made my unhealthy mom feel shit and almost killed dad. Yeah, I definitely do understand that. I mean, I was a bit worried for my mother because my mother has cancer, and so obviously she was pretty immunocompromised from the chemotherapy that she was taking. But even then, her COVID was no worse than mine. Was absolutely no worse than mine. I got it. I had about 4 or 5 days of incredibly painful. It was genuinely incredibly painful. Like the worst headache of my entire life. Genuinely the worst headache of my entire life. Followed by about, I'd say 2 months almost of just generally feeling bad. I think I got post-viral syndrome pretty badly from it because I spent ages just being like, I can't exercise normally, I've got low energy levels, I feel a general fatigue, muscle weakness, and so on. I had that for a while. Like, COVID genuinely was a nasty illness for my entire, for my entire family, but... Hello, Officer Midnight, thank you for entering the asylum. Yay, you're live. Hello, Charlotte, very nice to see you. I was just commenting that, I am currently streaming using the grandiose tablet. Like, the tablet is working, and it's where I've got all the material for this stream on. For Graves, I have an autoimmune disorder, and this thing was for the last week was way worse than when I had COVID. Yeah, it seems to hit just about everybody differently. I know some people that were completely immunocompromised and had it and were just slightly ill. Other people that were perfectly healthy and it completely knocked them on their ass for months on end. I was kind of in between, as I said. I felt pretty sick when I had COVID and pretty ill, but I wasn't. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't awful, and I recovered. I very much recovered. The worst thing about it was that it made it impossible for me. Before I had COVID, I had a pretty good exercise routine, but the post-viral syndrome I got with COVID just completely killed my ability to exercise for a good 2 months, and I lost all the muscle progress that I'd been developing and had to start pretty much from scratch again. But I mean, this time I've developed a lot faster, so I've had, I'd say I've far surpassed where I was before. I do take a lot of vitamins and herbs, though, so maybe that helped. Yeah, I take multivitamins every single day. I think that an awful lot of people should be taking vitamin D supplements, and not in the funny mimi, haha, he means vitamin dick kind of way. No, vitamin D, an awful lot of streamers have told me they kind of burn in the light and all this stuff. They should definitely be taking vitamin D supplements, because vitamin D is one of the best immunoboosters you can possibly have, and especially if you're naturally reclusive, like a lot of VTubers are. You're almost certainly vitamin D deficient, and that's why you catch fire whenever you're in direct sunlight. I very strongly recommend vitamin D supplements. If you're not living around the equator, get the D. Yeah, I agree. It's very important if you live in a country like this where you can have 250 days of rain every year and have miserable long winters, which are awful. Anyway, I'm not going to mess around too much before getting into the meat of this stream because we do have quite a lot to cover. So let me just make sure that all my tabs are in order, everything and so on. Yes, everything seems to be in order. And I do want to note that if anybody has... actually, let me just make this as a chat, a literal chat. If anyone has screenshots or other material they'd like me to react to, put it in a DM on Discord or in the stream materials channel. There, pin message. Brown VTubers are best because they have in-game fire resistance. That's funny. Brown woman good, as we say here. Most definitely brown woman good. The tea elves are very nice. The tea elves are most appreciated. Yes. Why does it keep saying the active user has changed? Reload page. What does that mean? Let me just try that again. Okay. And what I have done today, before we begin, what I've done is I've gone back and I've read through the entire Offkai thread, and I've got several, I think I've got well over 100 individual tabs, and then I've got a couple of tab groups for specific things that were being talked about with Offkai. So we have quite a lot of material to go over. I think that going in a chronological order from around the very start of Offkai to the ending of Offkai makes the most sense. American Black Bear Love. Yeah, Charlotte most. The other Charlotte, as in Charlotte X Bear, that is definitely a very nice design. And of course regular Charlotte, who is currently suffering in college with art student stuff, is also a very nice design too. I don't think I've ever seen a VTuber that I watch regularly who I'd say design needs to be radically improved for any reason. I think I'm very fortunate. Most of my Oshis have very good designs. But yes, the first thing, funnily enough, the thing is with we had to transfer a bunch of stuff. Let me just move my microphone a little bit closer because I realize I'm turning my head an awful lot to look at this. Let me just adjust this where this monitor is just a tiny bit. There we go. It's quite a mobile monitor too. I can just move it around on my desk wherever I want, which is also really good. This is extremely good. If this thing was literally just a monitor and didn't have any drawing functionality whatsoever, it would still be excellent because it's actually around the size of my main monitor too, because I got my main monitor when I was still had my computer in my bedroom. My bedroom is something like 6 foot wide by 10 foot long, maybe. And my bed takes up most of my space in my bedroom. And so I had to fit my, and it's a wooden framed bed too. It is a large, ornate, handmade wooden framed bed that my parents actually made for me, which I have slept in my entire life. It is a lovely bed. It's even hand painted by my parents, which I think is, if I'm able to take it with me as an heirloom, then I definitely will. It's definitely a family heirloom at this point. But yeah, I had it next to my computer desk, and there is exactly, I'll put it this way, you know when if you put your hands together in front of your chest, like right in the middle of your chest, and you stick your elbows out to the side in like a V shape. If I did that in my original computer space, both of my elbows would be hitting a hard surface. My left elbow would hit the side of my bed, the right elbow would hit the wall. And so the maximum monitor size that I could get, I think, is about 22 or 23 inches. This is a 21-inch monitor. So, a tablet monitor, that is. So, So this tablet monitor is actually maybe 1 or 2 inches smaller than my main monitor. It is, yeah, as I say, it's very useful. It's very good. It's very good. And I've only been using it for 1 week, or less than 1 week, like 4 or 5 days, and I could never go back to a single monitor ever. The productivity increase of having 2 monitors is just unfathomable. Like when I've been modding, I'm very deep into developing a module for Neverwinter Nights, which is my favorite game of all time. And that requires an awful lot. Now that I'm into like the heavy design aspects of things, I need to keep track of an awful lot of data, and I use spreadsheets for that an awful lot. But Neverwinter Nights is definitely not a particularly. It's not an easy program to work with in current year because it was designed in 2002. Cries in 3 monitors not being enough space. I don't really see what 3 monitors would add. Maybe a dedicated YouTube window, that's about it. But I found that I can get through. I've been transferring like a lot of data from the module onto spreadsheets just to keep track of where everything is. Oh my goodness, having 2 monitors makes it so much easier because I can have the tool set on one monitor and I can have the spreadsheet open on another, and I can copy and paste data from one or the other, whereas previously I had to alt tab between the 2 windows, and you have no idea how much just the simple act of alt tabbing added to the process, how much annoyance that added to the process that I don't have to do. It's so wonderful. It's just so amazing. I don't really know how what the deal was with the extra box of wire. Did those work? Those were mostly American plugs. There was an not an HDMI. There was a VGA cable. There was a VGA cable which I just gave to my father because I didn't need it. There was basically it came with a bunch of extra cables depending on where you lived. So like in America, you have the 2-prong plugs, or maybe even no. It was they were circular plugs, so that would have been Chinese, because it's a Chinese company, or I think maybe a Japanese, I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, it's Asian, so it had a set of Asian plug adapters. That's what it had. That's what the spare stuff was. One day I will get one of those big curved monitors all the bigwigs have. It would take me, I need to see that myself. I've never seen a curved monitor in my entire life. Literally, never. In my entire life, I have never seen a curved monitor. So maybe they exist in some ultra posh part of, I don't know, America or whatever, but I've never seen them in my life. Not physically. It's like those foldable phones as well. Like, I saw foldable phones being a thing a year or 2 ago, and I have never seen a foldable phone in my entire life in the flesh. Just never happened. Not a single person in my entire social circle, and I go to church, so I've got quite a large social circle. Not a single one has a foldable phone, but apparently they're all the rage in like Korea or somewhere. Curved monitors are the big thing right now. I mean, it's like flipping VR tech. VR tech was supposed to be really big. Hi, Brock, how far are you in the spice so far? I literally haven't even started because a bunch of people are asking me random questions about stuff, and this is suddenly turned to a Zatsudan stream, as they always flipping do. But I will actually get onto the stuff now, because as I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted by chat, so I have started at the point where people began posting about the Offkai experience, and we will go through this in chronological order. I have tabs open of all the stuff that I intend to cover, and hopefully we won't spend too much time on individual tabs. Seen both IRL. I wonder where you live. That just means you are an interesting person to talk to. Thank you. I do appreciate that. I try and be an interesting person to talk to. Oh, one little thing. I should put up, it's not going to dox me. Fortunately, it's not going to dox me, but my quail have made a beautiful little nest in a corner of their run, and they've started laying eggs in it. We actually have a guinea fowl as well that has gone somewhere in the field and has made a nest, and we can't get her to come back home. And she is in a massive thicket of brambles, so we can't get her out. I sincerely hope she does not get taken by the fox, because we had a guinea fowl that went to sit on eggs out in the field before, and we couldn't get her back. And we did not get her before the fox came and caught her, but we did manage to get the eggs, and the eggs were still fertile when we got them. So we put the eggs in a solo incubator, and all 16 of those eggs hatched. It was so funny. It was so funny. Proctor, did you ever go through the result of that Google questionnaire thing? I need to release that. Would you mind boosting your volume slightly, Proctor? I will boost my volume slightly. Very well. Just add it up just a tiny bit. There we go. Yeah, though yes, a curved monitor is about the same as a normal flat monitor. They are supposed to be better for immersion, but I couldn't tell you why. I've never really cared about immersion, honestly. I've always been the kind of person that doesn't really get much out of that stuff. I don't see the point of like VR tech gaming and so on. Maybe if I tried it and was wowed and blown away by it like I have with second monitors. I've heard guinea fowl are very unintelligent that match up with your experience with them. They are... Guinea fowl are interesting. They can be very intelligent. They are very reactionary. Guinea fowl are very, very reactionary. Like if you introduce a new thing into their environment, they will be petrified of it beyond words. A couple of years ago, we had a massive storm blow through the valley, and before the storm happened, we went out and we tied down all of our bird hutches with extra guy ropes and stuff. Those guy ropes petrified the guinea fowl, and it was so hilarious because the guy ropes were right next to the entrance of the box. When we opened the boxes in the morning, the guinea fowl would poke their heads out, they'd see these guy ropes, and they would go, "Ah!" and then fly away at top speed as far away from the guy ropes as they possibly could across the field. And it would take them ages to muster up. They would refuse to go indoors until it was nearly pitch black and they couldn't actually see the guy ropes any longer. If they were terrified of those things. Any bright colors they're terrified of as well, because guinea fowl are from they're from the savannah and other parts of tropical parts of the world where there are lots of snakes. And so if they see a very bright color in the grass, they will fly away from it as fast as they possibly can, or they will crowd around it and start screaming at the top of their lungs because they see one of those things and they think they're snakes. Yeah, exactly. They thought they were snakes. Yep, anything like that they're terrified of. But overall, they're surprisingly easy to train, in that they know exactly when they're supposed to come back at night. They will come straight back. They're always, at the same time of evening, they always start crowding around the front door waiting to be put into their house. They don't like it if you leave them out any longer than about 10 p.m. or so. So they understand routine very well. And they're very good at protecting themselves. They're fully flighted, and so they can fly everywhere in the valley. They don't care where they go. Get some geese, they will protect the guinea fowl. The guinea fowl protect themselves. They are very good at protecting themselves. Like, that's why we got them. And they defend themselves from foxes. Now I have that badger song running through my head again. A human will instinctively flinch if they see a snake-shaped thing in the grass as well. Interesting, I did not know that. Oh, goodness. I'm getting distracted again. I need to do a dedicated bird Zatsudan. Is he talking about autism or guinea fowl? Yes, all guinea fowl definitely have the tism. Most certainly have the tism. Actually, one moment. Let me see if I've still got this on my... I can't show this video on screen because it would dox me, but I'll let the audio of it play. Because I took this video of a bunch of guinea fowl on our roof. Unfortunately, we have a very distinctive roof, so some insane person could probably track me via the pictures of my roof that I would show otherwise, but this is what guinea fowls sound like.
Really making a good impression on the neighbours, aren't you?
Yep, that's a video that I took a couple of days ago. Sounds horrible. You get used to it. It's funny, we have neighbors and they don't care. They just don't care. They find them very interesting. Our guinea fowl are very popular in the valley. If I heard that in the night, I'd be terrified. Yeah, fortunately, they're not nocturnal, but if a fox, that's the nice thing. If a fox comes around and they hear a fox, they will start screaming. And they alert, the dog knows exactly what time, when he hears the guinea fowl squawk at night, he knows there's a fox out there. And we just open the door, dog goes after the fox never gets anything. Whereas chickens are very stupid. If a fox gets in with chickens, the chickens will literally just sit there and let themselves be killed, one by one. We have lost 4 or 5 chickens in a night because a fox got into the run and just took one chicken off the perch right next to all the others. The others stood there, sat there, no reaction whatsoever, and just waited one by one as they were picked off. The fox took one, came back, took another, came back, took another, came back, took another. Not a slightest sound or protest or defense from any of them. Whereas if a fox got into a guinea fowl run, that fox would probably be beaten to death by the guinea fowl just hurling themselves around the place. Every person in the valley would know that it happened. Okay, this is the third time that I have... this is the third time that I've attempted to transition over to talking about Offkai stuff. So let me just unzip my top, because it is getting quite warm, actually. Chickens have the same IQ as the average V-tweeter. Proctor's transition is failing. You keep hiding my hormones, Thrang, okay? I know that you like me all masculine and strong, alright? I know you're trying to sabotage me, but Thrang, I will find where you hid them, okay? I will find it. I will find it. I'm sorry, Thrang just has a thing with muscles, okay? I got scared for a second when I heard the unzipping. Quick, order some emergency HRT from Finster. Oh, Finster is a disgusting person, honestly. I don't understand why you would... Finster just is a... an interesting fellow. An interesting fellow. And I want nothing to do with him. But yeah, let us actually get into the Offkai stuff. Let me just scroll down a tiny bit. That's where it starts. And right away, instantaneously, Pipkin Pippa, you can see the timestamps there. She immediately starts to sad post. And this goes on quite a lot. Because straight away, what happened was, now Thrang is in the chat, so he'll be able to correct me if I get things wrong. But what happened was, FaZe had a panel that was supposed to be convention physical attendance only. And as soon as that started streaming, it started playing on the live stream of Offkai as well, on the internet. And then after about 10 minutes, it started cutting out and getting advertisements and this kind of stuff. And then immediately, someone called Gustavo BCC, I do not know why it's capitalized if it's like that, he says, this was FaZe's decision, not ours. Leah went full lesbian in the Offkai Expo, stayed with Uruka and kissed Pippa. She warned everyone that being in the VTuber company did it, but fell to her own warning. Leah is an interesting individual. And almost immediately after that, we started to get rats. Very, very big, stinky rats. In this one it says, Offkai volunteer here for the general convention, so not any specific group attendees. There are some unintentional mishaps, but there is also some deliberate sabotaging of attendees that those in charge do not like. It is not company-specific, more so individual-specific. Take of that what you will. I do not want to sit by while they did this. Believe me or not, I don't care. My conscience is free, now that I have posted here. As far as I have been able to overhear, it will happen again at least one more time today and again tomorrow for the final events. Multiple groups of attendees will be affected. I will go the extra meter, do my best to prevent this for all of you and put up a defense. If you see someone being removed from the venue, they have stopped me. Please share this with the threads and the other attendees. I do not have the time to type it to all of them, as I do not want to be seen sitting on my phone in the lobby. Forget rats, Offkai was generating Skaven. this was quite an interesting comment. I am of the opinion this was just somebody trying to stir up trouble on VT, mostly because, as somebody pointed out, they say the extra meter as in RE, whereas if they were American, that would be ER. Was this posted before or after the concert? I think it was before. I think. We're sorry about your bad experience. It will happen again. Yes. So yeah, I don't particularly believe this, but it very definitely set the tone for things to come, as we shall see going forwards. And here we get the first bit of anti-Kirche commentary. And I want to highlight this because I have been very, very impressed. It was before, thank you. So it was definitely before the concert. Thank you, Triptych. I have been impressed by the number of people that have tried to attack Kirche over her stance towards Offkai. And this is pretty typical, and we will see as we go forward that there are certain individuals who have a very serious dislike of Kirche for various reasons, and it is very entertaining to see them flail around, both on VT and elsewhere. A lot of people ask me why I don't read VT, and my response to that is, what exactly is stopping somebody just going on VT and same posting 1,000 times about certain things? And the funny thing is, I have had, at this point, 5 or 6 different VTubers confirm to me that various VTubers, in fact, a lot of them say the majority of VTubers post on VT, like actively post on VT, and I really wish I could get them to stop. I think that posting on VT is a very bad habit for a VTuber, but I am now, again, I do not have solid confirmation of this. However, I am firmly of the belief that there are VTubers out there who dislike Kirche for basically getting as big and popular as she is by doing everything wrong, quote-unquote, in the VTuber space. And she has gotten herself a very dedicated and very, very loyal audience, which a vast number of seething VTweeters and also actual VTubers would love to have. And I think, absolutely, there is a very high chance that there are a lot of seething VTweeters and low 3 views out there who are very, very jealous of Kirche, actively posting on places like VT, even PCG, to try and just call Kirche a bad person, because it's a very, very woman thing to do. Excuse me, I can feel a massive belch coming on. 1 second. Pippa has literally said every VTuber posts on VT to spread rats about people they don't like. I can believe it. My response to that is, have you read VT? Can't even use the brutally honest feedback excuse because people are just aiming for absurdist takes for cheap laughs. I can confirm I know someone who hits all these checkmarks that you are listing. I know who you're talking about. Yes, but again, it's not even surprising to me. Like, the revelation that somebody posts on VT is just so... I've actually heard now from multiple sources that the whole Millie, like from Niji Sanji posting on VT thing is about as credible as it could possibly be. Short of Millie actually posting, yes, I post on VT herself, I consider it her and Finana and quite possibly Enna as well. There's very strong circumstantial evidence in my mind that they all post on VT. And that whole stream they did about a fake VT and fake Discord, I'm sorry. I really do think that VTubing is a bit like marriage. Nobody explains to you what makes a good marriage before you marry, and it's the same thing with VTubing. Nobody explains to you what makes a good VTuber before you become a VTuber, and once you become a VTuber, you kind of get dragged along by everything. Finana got caught posting on VT not too long ago. Rat time, Kayla is secretly a mega degenerate and posts all the sex with Kayla copy pastas on VT. Honestly, I could believe that again, because Kayla is a mega autist. You cannot tell me Again, she's ID, isn't she? She's Indonesian, and like she's in the same company as as Risu, as Ayunda Risu, and Risu is about as like here as you can possibly get. Like Risu was massively into 4chan culture before she joined Hololive, so I can totally believe that somebody like Kayla would be just lol posting on VT. I could also see someone like Botan doing it if she knew more English. When does she sleep if she's kek posting? Are you joking? That woman never sleeps. That's the joke with Kayla. I don't watch Kayla. I think that Kayla would be rather dangerous to get parasocial towards. My favorite is when they pull up the up a browser and accidentally show off websites they frequent using VT. Don't forget Amber. I don't know about Amber, so you'd have to explain that, Taroni. Raziel said Selene showed Luca VT. Oh yeah, she did actually. That's a good point. Yeah, and this is another thing that I dislike. I've been told very explicitly nobody would want to ever associate with the TVA because TVA is it's a hecking Doxerino site, guys. TVA, it allows people to talk about VTuber alts like past lives. We allow people to talk about past lives and like we share docs images, guys. Not a single VTuber would ever want to associate with us. That just can't happen. You know, VTubers have an image to preserve. None of them would ever associate with us. No, not my heckin' Doxerinos. And I'm like, are you like? I'm sorry, I just don't believe that any longer because so many VTubers post on VT. So many post on VT. So many actively court a VT audience. It's just nonsense. Like there's this kayfabe about VTubing that I just don't believe any longer. No, it's a bit like misogyny. Nothing made me more misogynistic than long, intimate conversations with women, and nothing has turned me against the idea of the pure VTuber than talking to VTubers. Amber was the one who said she got them to Hololive and her model hint was Amber, so VT nicknamed her Amber. Oh, is that the rat about Mume, that Mume was active on VT before she joined Hololive? Wait, we're supposed to be doxing people. I just main on Kirsha posting. I don't allow like full doxes on TVA, like no addresses, no locations or anything, but I mean, if some VTuber is silly enough to be caught posting their face on main or an account that can be very, very closely associated with their main account, I mean, it's going to be on Doxspin, it's going to be on Waru, no, not Waru, so it's going to be on VT, it's going to be on all those places. I don't care, and if people don't like it, they'll just negrate you and like Migo you and whatever. And it'll be lost in like 20 pages. There are loads of VTubers who have been hard doxed, and it's just nobody cares. Like, nobody cares about it. Nobody's gone looking because they're not assholes. The only time you need to worry about being doxed is if you have genuinely done something that is so nasty or unpleasant that that people would genuinely have a reason to feck with you if you'd done something. Like, if I was like that woman who has been accused of copying Shy Lily, if she was doxed, I would genuinely be worried. But if you're somebody like, I don't know, what's a good name to pull out of a hat? Or when you are Sayu. Yes, Sayu I'd be a bit worried about, because, I mean, she is the neatest to target. But yeah, if you're not controversial and somebody finds your Instagram account with your real face, nobody is going to care. Nobody is going to care. Or your fans and degenerates. Yeah, like the Violure girls. But again, it's almost always because they've done something to draw attention to themselves they shouldn't have. Okay, let's continue anyway. And here is the collection of phase talents that during the convention were posting interesting things. Even Kenji, no one cares. Yeah, like Kenji's docs it's just such a load of nonsense. So we got Urika with the horse, then the person, then anyways, Stream Lone Star. This, I think, is the most telling one, the Anakin. Because this is, I'm pretty sure this is a screenshot of Anakin screaming liar or something. This is him, isn't that from the episode 3 of him screaming liar at Obi-Wan Kenobi or whatever? So I think there's a lot of energy with that. I do wonder if, this is a complete rat. Oh, that's the I hate them one. Ah, yes. And the liar one is a different angle. I hate that I know so much about the prequels that I can. It's from episode 2 when he screamed out killing a Tusken Raider's women and children. Yes, the women and the children. But yeah, there was a lot of vague posting, of vague sad posting during the convention about all the disruption and stuff. There's a small invite-only fan group of Gura that watches the degenerates and their own fan group for suspicious activity. I mean, I think that should be sane conduct on pretty much any large fandom, actually, like a tiered fandom of trusted people. I mean, Kirsha has that, I have that to a degree, and pretty much every single VTuber has an inner circle of confidants, and it's not weird to have that. Shiley Clone is a clout chaser. I've avoided talking about her because, yeah, I agree. She's a absolutely blatant clout chaser. Once you enter Hololive, I would assume you should expect random YouTuber vids of your docs at this point. Yeah, it's literally like if I type something like Hoshio Marine into Google, one of the autocompletes is Hoshio Marine real face and similar stuff like that. Like CIA tier spooky IMO, but they do good work. Oh, sorry. Oh, I see what you mean, that Danny D. We're talking about that again. But yeah, as the timeline goes, so there has been, at this point, on, Saturday, 10:04 p.m., so, like, early in the day for Offkai, because they're, like, something like 8 hours behind, I think, in California time, compared to me. So there have already been scuff on phase events, and now a whole bunch of talents have immediately started sad posting. So this is pretty much, they know what is going on, and they are obviously very angry about it. And this was a dear wonderful Gator, who a lot of people hate, but Gator seems to be a pretty decent dude, apparently. I've never seen him do anything particularly unfortunate or stupid. So I know he has a Kiwi farm stuff, and he's like ex-sector guy, but he seems to be, he's been fairly supportive of people like Kirsha. Did you watch the Matty coverage of Gator from yesterday? No, I was too busy being ill yesterday, sorry. But as he points out here, they had to cut Leah and Uruka's segment, and this was up in the air for a while, but this actually did happen. I was able to confirm this. This did happen, in case you're curious. And as people like Hif201 say, this is the most coordinated and consistent I am effing livid, but I've been asked not to say anything messaging I've seen in a while. I feel really bad for them. And I agree. Kiki, say my name, Heisen Gator, I don't know what that is. The Ralph connection was most people hold against him. I freaking hate Ralph. And here is beloved Thrang betraying me. He is supporting another VTuber as opposed to solely supporting me. I am not his Kamiyoshi, apparently. He is double dealing. It's amazing to me that people call Kirsha a grifter because, checks notes, she has consistent principles that she will stand by and act upon without kowtowing. And also something leech something, which doesn't even make any effing sense. These people should not be considered human. Let me just look at the context of this. Oh yeah, this is Reinigan's thing from the last time. And by this point, this is about an hour later, so Saturday 11:13 p.m, so it's about an hour after all of the coordinated sad posting, Offkai Expo speaks up saying, "We had some internal miscommunications regarding the streaming of FaZe Connect's panel, resulting in an unintended broadcast and poor stream experience. As always, we appreciate our friends at FaZe." So that's about as bullshit PR speak as possible. Girth being, what are you talking? Excuse me, Sigma Yi. Oh wait, you're talking about him. Sorry, I got messed around for a second. Yeah, Thrang, just, you can't trust Thrang. Like, yeah, he's almost as bad as John VTuber, honestly. Based Sakana berating bad help, good for him. I mean, we'll talk about that, because the reason I'm going in chronological order is that I feel that there is a lot of theming that is important here. Right now, we're at the start of the convention, with the most outrage being shown by people like Pippa and Sakana and other FaZe members. They're obviously pissed. They're obviously pissed at this time, which is early on the Saturday morning. So the stuff starts going wrong pretty much from the moment that Offkai begins, and almost immediately you start seeing the FaZe people getting angry about it. But that changes later on, and we'll see. I imagine that the friends at FaZe appreciate them as well, getting shit panels after heavily funding Offkai and paying for vendor booths. Yes. And this was another very entertaining circumstance. Let me just turn down the desktop audio a little bit. As they should, especially given how unprofessional they've been. I agree, there is more than enough reason to be angry. Again, I think they have every right to be as angry as they possibly can be. The monitor shut off during the karaoke concert. People want their Oshis.
Photography of the black screens. Excuse me, no photography of the black screens.
So as you can see, I'm not sure what concert this was. Can people enlighten me? Because this was at Saturday, 12:21 a.m. So does anyone know what concert this actually was? But yeah, so you can tell that, funny how it wasn't this bad last year. Gotta respect the impromptu chant, though. Yeah, it's a pretty good chant. I agree with that. Let's have a drink of water. I've got coffee and I've got water, and I've also got a protein shake over in the fridge, so I might grab that if I run out of water. Damn, this smells like DashCon. I can't wait until a horde of overweight neets and transsexuals storm the streets of SoCal. Well, how would it make a difference? It wouldn't make a difference. It's Southern California. So people, at this point, we've very firmly established the narrative that all the stuff at Offkai is very scuffed at this point. And Sahara, last year was not great either, but not as bad as running 40 minutes of ads during a 1-hour panel. The delays were absolutely brutal last year as well. Yes, so this is Offkai's third year. And the first year things were awkward, and people were willing to forgive Offkai because it was a small startup convention, a small independent company, please understand. And second year, things were still bad, but there was still a bit of goodwill. This is the third year in a row where Offkai has had massive and ongoing technical issues, which I think is totally unacceptable. You cannot be 3 years into arranging a very popular convention and still have technical issues this bad. I said it on your Twitter post that since it's in California, chance of things going off the rails due to gay operators was very high. Last year was 4 hours late. This year, according to coefficient, it was only 45 minutes late. If somebody else can confirm that, that would be useful. Reminder, Fishman pay for all the vendors, Ali. Yes, if Fishman paid for all of that stuff, then Offkai should have had their mouths pressed so tightly over his cloaca that, you know, he would have gone away with lipstick marks for the rest of his life. You don't mess up when you have a guy trying to bankroll you that hard. And as now we are on Sunday at 12:36, I guess dismin-maxing is on the menu, because on day 2 of Offkai, due to the delays on the community stage yesterday, Euphoria's encore will be replaced with chat. I love the type it will. Euphoria's encore will replace the chat with Dizzy at 6:15. As you can see here, it's been moved around. Today's programming, keep an eye here for live alterations as needed. So this is FaZe literally just saying, yeah, stuff will mess up, so keep your eyes out on things. So they're already having to mess around with the schedule. Englishmen that can't read English. Look, it's hard, okay? I have to pay attention to a lot of things at once. Stop bullying me! I don't know about the revenues of Offkai, but I would imagine they would have money to hire professional event managers. They don't. Remember, California is an incredibly expensive place. This is why I don't even like the idea of conventions in California, because California is ruinously expensive. It's not uncommon for crap like this to go wrong in conventions. Things get delayed, equipment randomly stops working. It's just so frustrating. The girls deserve better. I agree. The girls deserved far better than what they got. And I like this particular. Kirsche must be feeling cathartic by this point. The orgasm she dreamed of having from her perfect himbo can't match the euphoric state she's in. And I will say that being in Kirsche's chat and so on, Kirsche did not want things to go bad for Offkai. There's this idea that Kirsche wants Offkai to crash and burn and fail. We just want Offkai to be good, okay? We don't like it when there are bad things that happen in the industry. Even when it directly benefits me in the form of views and drama and so on, I don't want people to have bad times. I want people to get along. The main reason that I highlight drama and various other things like that is not because I want to profit of it, but because I sincerely want people to do better in their lives. Just don't be awful. Yes, just don't be awful. Note, many people fail at these charts, at this simple task, sorry. Don't want Kick Vic bullshit. Yes, I agree. The Kick Vic stuff. Oh my goodness. And yeah, that's actually a good point, because one of the major things about the Kick Vic stuff that I think is going to be very relevant to this later on. I'll get into it much later. But Kick Vic was started by a whole bunch of industry insiders who, in a very small, tight-knit VA community, where there was an awful lot of nepotism and political nonsense. And he never really got a fair chance at anything because of those insiders, and that's very relevant to the convention scene in VTubing and VTubing as a whole, and it's one of the things that I'm very much against, and it's why I really think that people are terrified of Kirsche, because Kirsche represents somebody who has made it big without any insider help. Because in previous streams, I've covered repeatedly how if you look back at all the big figures in VTubing, an awful lot of the big figures in VTubing are very nepotistic. Especially people like VHosho and so on. An awful lot of the people that are big in places like VHosho and also very large indies that very strongly network together, they are all from the VR chat era of people. They all have dirt on each other, but nobody has anything on Kirsche. Yes. People hate honest men. People hate honest men. The announcement stream was great because despite whatever bullshit happened, all the face girls were clearly having fun despite it, so Offkai was clearly a success in that regard. I mean, you can say that, but I don't think that's an excuse. I think that a lot of people are making the excuse, oh, people had fun anyway, so why are you complaining? Why does it bother you? They were happy. They had fun. I don't agree with that at all. I really don't agree with that stance in any way whatsoever, because I think the moment you become satisfied with, oh, well, there were some problems, but it was good enough, you've betrayed the industry in a way. I think that everyone, yeah, that's the cope stance. I agree, that's a cope. It really is a cope. The corrupt hate the virtuous because their mechanisms of control don't work on them. Yes. The Twitch side at least is Nebo to hell and back. There's more than just platformism that makes me dread a VTuber going there. It could have been better, them not getting the full experience of what it's about. Yes, Kirsche isn't part of the Nebo Club. Agreed. It's just a way to terminate the discussion. The community hates talking about tough topics. Yes, I agree. I absolutely agree. I think the tough topics... the tough topics need to be talked about more. But I'll get on to that because I've ranted about that a lot. So I won't disrupt the flow of this conversation too much. Let me just have another sip of water. There we go. And of course, by Sunday at 1:19 a.m., which is like the middle of Offkai Saturday, that's why you have to fix the problems that are burning it all to the ground, though. Yeah, I agree. You do need to balance things. We have Kirsche, because a certain terrorist, aka Moonshine, managed to smuggle her into the convention. And this was something a lot of people over on VT completely lost their shit over. This is where an awful lot of people showed their true colors over on VT and were screaming the house down on 1,000 different posts about, oh, Kirsha is a hypocrite. Kirsha said she wasn't going to Offkai. Kirsha, she said not to support Offkai. But then Kirsha showed up at Offkai anyway. Kirsha is supporting Offkai. Show the V-tweeter saying that Kirsha trespassed and Offkai should sue her. I don't think I have that screenshot. If somebody could post that screenshot in Discord, I would definitely bring it up. But did I let me skip on like a post or two? Yeah, so it's 4 posts further on. Kirsha was genuinely brainworming over whether or not to allow this to happen for a long time, and I'm not going to say that I convinced her to, but a lot of people were like, yes, Kirsha, you can, it's all right, it's okay, we don't mind. You should go, because she was really scared about going and having people in her community accuse her of being hypocritical. Fortunately, her community is generally comprised of sane individuals, and they all said, no, Kirsha, this is going to be a surprise announcement after Offkai has already started. Nobody is going to Offkai specifically for you. It's only going to be people that were going to Offkai anyway that will have the chance to look at this. So you can go, it's all right, people who are already there will be there. You don't have to brainworm about this. Unfortunately, it wasn't just tourists. There were a number of people watchers who were attacking Kirsha. I mean, there's a lot of stupid people who watch Pippa. It's funny because in her short stream yesterday, Kirsha did declare nuclear war and is currently aiming her nukes. I'm willing to bet $100 Canadian she's got her paws on a San nuke or two. I'm going to talk about that a bit later as well. I can't reveal anything, but what I can say is that a lot of people were angry that Kirsha didn't immediately stream about the stuff that she got. The stuff that she got was a whole bunch of extremely raw files of stuff, which were just dumped on her and said, hey, there's something in here. But she's had to parse all of that information herself, okay? She wasn't just given a screenshot that said, here's a smoking gun. Here's a smoking gun, go live about it. No, she got a ton of stuff dumped on her that then she had to analyze herself to find the interesting stuff. And let me tell you, when a convention is planning, there's a hell of a lot of dead air and boring nothingness going on. Let me just look at my Discord. Where is it? It is here. Oh, yes. Thank you very much, the Flaming Wolf. False ID putting out a hit piece on Offkai for not inviting him. LMFAO, you love to see it. This is a rather deranged V-tweeter who is a Niji sister. And then, of course, you have Cinnamon Sheepy right here saying, reminder, Kirsha openly said she snuck into Offkai with insider help. She's at minimum a trespasser and potential criminal, and Offkai should pursue some type of legal action to protect themselves, because otherwise no one should give them venues. He is officially co-signing crimes. Which is, an entirely sane and eminently rational thing to say on the internet. Digital trespassing. Stop right there, criminal scum! Virtual trespassing. Insider fox trading. I love that. Insider fox trading. That's a good one, Luminous. Thank you. Get out of here, stalker! I used to play... I know that one. I used to play Shadow of Chernobyl all the time. Good grief. Literally Randall from Recess behavior. We need to get rid of the Foxu! Oh dear, that's so hilarious. And also, this was a wonderful thing too, because Nanobytes said... commented on all of this. So assuming that shit's true, Offkai, what the F you're doing? Even though we don't have confirmation it's true or not, based on past things, I wouldn't be quick to doubt it, honestly. It's just petty, super petty. And then Ascentier says, I mean, that's kind of the reality of it. I'm small, but I'm sure eventually people won't like me, and I know there are people I'm already not a fan of, but to actively ruin the panel of a company that paid for your entire artist alley like Sakura must be fuming. Then Nanobyte says down here, paying for all of Artist Alley was an insanely huge W move, and if they're really taking advantage of that insane generosity by letting volunteers run the con like that, allegedly, I'd be incredibly pissed if I were him. For a V-tweeter, Kirsche is the equivalent of Alex Jones. She would love that compliment. I really hope that she watches this video and sees that compliment. Scroll down to Reinigan's reply to this post. Okay, I will. Do I have it already? No, I don't. But I want to just highlight Nanobytes here for a second, because as you probably know, Nanobytes used to be in FaZe Connect as Amaris Yuri. And she was terminated from FaZe Connect, and when she was terminated, there was an awful lot of rats about why she was terminated, and most of those rats were very negative about Amaris Yuri. She was accused of stealing money from FaZe Connect and all this kind of stuff. And again, I can't 100% prove those things were wrong. And I've been told some stuff in confidence that I'm not going to share. However, what I will say is that Nanobytes is a nice person, and she is a sincere person. And when I knew that Kirsche was still associating with Nanobytes, I was a little bit angry. I was like, Kirsche, why are you associating with that woman? You know, she was terminated under very weird circumstances. Aren't you friends with Pippa and that kind of stuff? So, and I was ambivalent on it, but then I just kind of stood back and I thought, you know, this woman has done nothing wrong that anyone can prove. And she seems to be genuinely trying her best. And people were accusing her of, oh, this woman doesn't stream. And I was like, why the hell would she want to stream? She has hundreds of people out there that are combing through her life at the moment that are accusing her of very, very nasty things. What the hell is her motivation to stream? Why would she stream when people are this mean and miserable to her? And yet, to her credit, Nanobytes has put her nose to the grinding wheel. She has made her own community. She has moved forwards. She's gained popularity. She has not had woman moments or anything like that. And she has made a pretty good career for herself. And she's also a pretty talented artist. And she's, I know she's got stuff going on in, like, the artist. And I'm not sure if she rigs, but, like, she's done artist stuff a lot. Despite everything, Pippa is extremely friendly and supportive of Nano. That's a good enough endorsement for me. Yes, I 100% stand with Nanobytes. And I think that Nanobytes being willing to stand up for Kirsche, and because Nanobytes had Kirsche on her panel as well during Offkai. So Nanobytes, knowing full well that Kirsche was blacklisted from Offkai, stood up to the Offkai staff, and she allowed Kirsche on her stream. And I think that took a lot of bravery. And let me tell you, one of the things that I find disgusting about the VTuber community is there is a hell of a lot of VTubers that will say one thing and do another. There is far too many VTubers out there who have said they support certain things, but when push comes to shove, they will go behind your back and they will say, yeah, you know, I supported this at the time, but you know what? I would get more out of this if I supported the other side. So, like, you understand, don't you? You understand. Like, I'm just looking out for me. This benefits me. You know, when I said I would support you, you know, that I thought that would benefit me, but this will benefit me more, so I'm trying to get big, okay? I'm trying to get big, okay? Like, you understand, we all do it for the CCV. It's just for the views. It's just for the views. I think that those kind of people are reprehensible. I really do think those people are reprehensible, and those people deserve to fail. Those people deserve to fail, and they deserve to suffer. They deserve to have every ounce of their hypocrisy thrown back in their faces. Whereas people like Nanobytes, who stand by their friends, who were willing to stand up and say, yeah, this is going to make people hate me, but I'm going to do it anyway because I believe in my friends. I believe in free speech. I believe that people should stand together. Those kind of people are the kind of people that will earn true loyalty. Those are the VTubers that will get a dedicated community, that will stand by them when times get tough. The VTubers who constantly switch sides, the VTubers who go behind each other's backs whenever the going gets tough, the VTubers who are like, oh yeah, I support you, but then are like, actually, no, this could get me pushback if I support you, so I'm just gonna sit in my corner and not say anything. Those kind of YouTubers, they deserve to fail. And when they fail, I will be there. I will be there to watch, and I will not be sympathetic. I will sit here and I will laugh at them. And I will say, don't call it a grave. Call it the future you chose. But I will stop on that topic now, because, yeah, I can get pretty heated on that. Ah, oh, lovely water. And here we have the Offkai Vermintide, of course. And I love this. I desperately need a video of security escorting Kirsha on a tablet out of the venue. I can imagine her screaming, "Am I being detained?" as the little wheeled tablet is pulled away. Describing me IRL RNA proc. What do you mean by RNA proc? Somebody tried to grow that way, sadly. Yes, I agree, and it's terrible. It's really terrible. And we see clear examples. Again, Kirsha, a year ago or so, thought that she would not even manage to get $10,000 in a donathon. She was terrified that she would be live for maybe 3 days on her donathon. She was given so much money on her donathon that she not only blew through the $10,000 reward tier within a single hour. She had to adjust the amount of time. She had to cap the amount of time that the donathon goals had, because she realized that people were just going to give her money to make her stay online forever. That if she didn't cap the amount of time added to the timer, people would just keep on donating and keep her live forever. And that was, I think, her moment when, well, I mean, she still has brainworms, but I think that was when she realized that she actually had the dedicated audience. And I'm so proud and I'm so happy that people did that, because it really shows that loyalty is the currency you need in VTubing. Loyalty is everything in the VTubing community, and it's all the more valuable for how few people. Didn't Iron Mouse's uncapped donathon last nearly 2 months? Yes, I think it did, actually. What am I... Oh, that's another ping. Sorry, I thought I was being pinged in Stream Elements for something. And I just wanted to highlight this as well. I already said that, but I also wish to clarify for the record that she did not reveal this was happening to anyone in her community outside of necessary moderation staff until the moment that she went live, so that no one could have no possible accusations of her grifting. And here are some more people that were just kind of arguing with, because Soyboy was really, really irritating in this thread. It was like, oh, I don't see how Kirsha showing up to Offkai anyway is an own, like, why? I don't get it. And then people explained it to him, and he was like, well, I still don't understand. How is it supposed to be a win? Again, it's the people who do not understand the way that Kirsha thinks and acts, literally have room temp IQ. It very much bothers me sometimes that people seem so completely incapable of understanding what certain moves actually mean, especially when they're very blatantly given context. And as Drosselmayer here said, if she's unable to appear on panels, then she is effectively blacklisted, which she is from panels. She never said that she was banned from attending the con as a regular attendee, which she says herself that she was told she could. It's really not a difficult concept to grasp. Sayu Subathon had gone for 2 months after she came back. That's nice to hear. Yeah, people will support you if you are an honest and an integral individual. Speaking of Sayu, we've got stuff to talk about with her soon enough too. Here's another interesting and entertaining comment that apparently the fire marshal wasn't happy with the situation for the concert room, hence the delay. So yeah, in addition to everything else, Offkai was a fire hazard apparently. It's a personal victory for her to be able to fight back a little and make a stand. Yes, I completely agree. There are far too many people on Kirsch's side who are addicted to losing. They have this attitude that they always have to lose because then they can play the martyr. Because the moment you win, this is the problem. This is why so many political parties get massive amounts of support when they're the opposition party. And then they talk a big game, but the moment they get into power, all of their promises just to fall to pieces. It is very easy to be an honorable in defeat. And I see that happening in this culture war an awful lot. The people that should be standing up are like, oh yeah, we have to lose. We are the underdogs. But they're only the underdogs because they completely refuse to take a stand. They completely refuse to stand up to the people that only have power because nobody is opposing them. They never planned on winning and therefore have no clue what to do once they won. Yes, I love that gif. It is a very good gif. Like Vesper, I'm very upset that Vesper left Hololive because Vesper was a fountain of memes in Hololive. He was definitely the face of Holostars while it lasted, and I really think that Holostars has gone downhill without him. I don't care that what's his, like, Professor Radon or something, when he left, that guy is he is not somebody that I would describe as having high testosterone, put it that way. Give me one second, I need to blow my nose again. There we go, sorry. Flailing my mouse around a little bit. I'm glad he left. The new model maybe questioned my sexuality. Randon is Vesper. You're thinking of Magni, who is Professor Lando. Yes, Professor Lando. Magni was very unhinged and worked well off others. Very entertaining. Lando was a bit like the Kiryu Coco of Holostars EN. I think the restrictions of HoloLive content actually made Magni better. Whereas it's a bit like Kason. I've noticed that Kason has just completely dropped out of... Does anyone talk about Kason nowadays? I don't think so. Like, Kason is just another streamer nowadays. She's not affecting the industry. She's not really doing anything interesting. I have no idea what she's doing nowadays. And again, she was somebody who thrived under adversity. She thrived when she had restrictions on her content. Whereas when she has no filter, she's like, yeah, she's just kind of a boring... She's kind of a boring e-thought, pretty much. Constraints breed creativity, yes. Kason still gets tons of clips, if you mean... I mean, yeah, but she's not really doing anything that any other streamer isn't doing. I think Lando regrets quitting and he'd be talking to rejoining. He's never... If he quit... I would never rehire him. HoloLive would be perfectly in their right to just say, yeah, man, you flaked out once. I would never go back to HoloLive if I'd quit HoloLive, because that would just be shameful. They would be like, oh yeah, Kason isn't quite part of the cultural zeitgeist anymore. Yeah, Kason seems happy staying in her. I mean, she's earned it. She's done a ton of stuff for VTubing. I just feel Lando just isn't very clever, creative, with big retard energy. Yeah. Well, he might be open to rejoining. I don't think HoloLive accepts talents that graduate. Yeah, it would make no sense for HoloLive to do that. I feel Kason is now taking the PewDiePie route and just retired and doing what she wants, which is nothing special. She made her millions, maybe hundreds of thousands. I hope she's got a good investor, honestly. Like, she's a NEET, so 3-view Proctor, his ego is growing. I had over 400 CCV during the Solen Nichi Sanchi stuff, okay? People seem to be surprised that I'm cracking 3-view. Like, when drama happens... It's when I stream and I'm talking about just regular stuff, my count is, like, 40s or 50s on a good day. It's only when I'm talking about drama stuff like this that my viewer count really, really spikes. Has not been the case, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. It's not impossible, but it would be very unusual, very unusual. I think that honestly, people like Kiryu Koko would have a better grounds for returning than Magni or Vesper. Vesper slash Magni slash Clock slash Mori had the best chemistry in Western VTubing. That's a real tragedy. I agree. Vesper and Crony were a joy together. Vesper and Crony were made for some of the best collabs in all of Hololive's history. Kaeson is set for life and now does what she wants. It's why she does VShojo. It's the retirement home. I more or less agree. You should become a drama slash lawyer streamer. The thing is, I don't really care about drama very much. I care when it's... The only reason I care about stuff like this is that, I want to have a good impact on the industry. I use TVA as a platform and as a broadcasting platform so that my aim for TVA is that people will be able to use TVA as a resource to do good things in the industry. You run a drama forum. I don't run a drama forum. I run a forum for people to talk openly about VTubers. The fact that it is used as a drama forum is not its explicitly intended purpose. Again, I find drama to be funny. I really find drama to be funny. Especially when it's drama like this. Like, it's enjoyable to sit here and laugh at it. I loved the Selene drama because it was fun to wake up in the morning and wonder to myself, what crazy new stuff is going on in Nichisanji now that I get to cover tonight? That was fun. But when it's low-level drama like the Lola girl and stuff like that, where I have to wake up, I have to go through a whole bunch of receipts, and I have to dig into things, I don't find it interesting. I find it boring. I'm like, why should I care about these people? How is this going to impact the VTuber community to know one more person is copying somebody's model? Or there's some transsexual man with a voice changer out there pretending to be a big titty model streamer. I don't care. I don't care. And if I don't care about something, I'm going to find a lot of excuses not to do it. I am very personally motivated by things. Sorry, I'm just got a bunch of... Good night. Apologies. Sorry, I just got a DM from somebody. Apologies for interrupting whatever you're streaming. Is it possible for you to log off an account? Sorry, this is quite important. Somebody just messaged me about something rather important about the forum, so just need a second. In fact, can you ask... He can do it faster than me. Then it's a sure thing. Sorry, somebody just said they had their something. Keep reading out that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. It's not a major thing. It's just somebody saying that they need to log out to their account because their phone had been stolen. That was all, and they didn't want them to have access to their TVA account. And I just told them to DM Reinigan to change their account because obviously I'm streaming, so I can't do, like, forum stuff. I just use TVA to talk about stuff that I don't want to say on Discords. Yeah, TVA is a place where people can talk about VTubers. That is its sole absolute goal. TVA should be a place where you can talk about VTubers. If you want to talk about VTuber drama, you're welcome to use the forum, and I'll make content out of that. But if you just want to say, hey, Kobo is cute, Mume is cute, yeah, Crony made a good collab, etc., that's great too. That's no problem. Bet they messaged you before their bank. I would never do banking on my phone. I don't have a oh, sorry. TVS is for grooming men hair tubers. I think you mean TVA. Evening Proctor, I see you're still using they model. Yes, I'm still using this model until I get a new model. Which might be sometimes. So the trouble is, I was going to shell out for a new PNG at some point, but if I'm going to V Expo, I'm probably not going to be getting a new model anytime soon. It's a VTuber news aggregator, yes. And now that I've got most things, this is just a PSA, by the way, that I am in a position where I can transfer to the new host off the cloud fairly soon. The only thing that I really need to do now is I need to contact the host, the service provider for my standalone host, and see if they can resolve some of the issues that people have connecting to the server from different countries. People who are from Russia and I think a few surrounding countries like Eastern Europe are blocked from accessing the site because it is from an American site, and I think their ISP is exercising some level of constraint on those IP addresses. So if you're in a Russian country, you have to access the test server via a VPN or you can't access it. Now, I would encourage everybody to use a VPN anyway, because there is quite literally no way I can stop the server from recording your IP. It literally needs your IP in order to register your address and so on. So technically speaking, if you don't connect to TVA without a VPN, I can at the very least see where your nearest city is and so on. Dazzle can access the site easily. Some people can't, but Dazzle might be on a VPN. VPN is a must-have normally, yeah. Russia Bros should know about VPNs though, yeah. But I want TVA. I mean, I'm a bit like Null in this regard. Like Null said that he wanted everyone to be able to access Kiwi farms. I'm the same. I'm going to at the very least put a decent amount of effort into making sure that everybody, no matter what their country, can just connect by default to TVA, because there's going to be guests too, and I can't dox a guest, put it that way. So you don't need a guest account you don't need a VPN to access TVA as a guest, obviously, because I have no way of knowing what IP is from which person, etc., and so on. Oh, chilled water in the middle of a warm spring night is very, very pleasant. So let's continue. And around this time, this is Sunday, 4:22 a.m. now, so like very late evening, Saturday, California time. Reddit was going on fire with all this nonsense. An ad was run during Pippa's segment, Stream Chat threw a fit, and the mod said it was FaZe's decision to run ads, which prompted an official tweet from Offkai saying it wasn't. That's it. That's the sabotage. A scuffed stream and a mod that doesn't know what they're doing. If it had happened to anyone else besides FaZe, and specifically Pippa and her special fan base, people would just be mad about the scuff and not talking about California and conspiracy. And this is, of course, Reddit nonsense. And Redditors are... I thought Kapipis hated Reddit. Yeah, they do. And everybody should hate Reddit. Proctor wants to know where you live. Proctor wants to be in your walls. Proctor wants to see you watching tubers. Yes, I do. I am a terminal busybody, okay? I am a busybody with standards, okay? I want to know about everything. If I had the ability to just astrally project myself across the world and like spy on people from an omniscient point of view, I would do so immediately. I would do that all day long. I would just spy on my neighbors all the time. I want to know what everybody is doing at all times. I am an insatiable busybody. But at the same time, I'm also a moral enough person to know that kind of thing is wrong, and I want to stop other people from doing that, okay? Like, if you expose your IP to me, I am definitely going to check what city you're in and see where you're from, because that's just how I am. I want to know what other people are doing. And that's just an innate, very strong urge within me. But I am going to tell you, dude, you should be using a VPN, okay? Because I do it because I'm curious. Because I'm really, really curious. But I don't really care, okay? I'm not doing it because I'm looking for, like, dark secrets of people. I'm not doing it because I like clout. I just like to know what people are doing. That's all. I'm just glad someone cares about me like the way you do. Yeah, I like to know things. I am a really, naturally, incredibly curious person. Enjoy prison. I mean, I wouldn't do it. I'm not going to do it in real life, obviously, because I can't do that. Proctor selling our data to the dark web. Oh no, I'm like the NSA. I want to know what everything happened so that I can keep it in a vault in my basement. I have thousands and thousands and thousands of screenshots from my early days as a Neverwinter Nights player. When I was playing Neverwinter Nights as like a young teenager, I used Xfire. I nearly said F. I nearly said F list for a moment. No, Xfire. I used Xfire, and Xfire was one of the first programs that allowed you to like take in-game screenshots. I have something like 10 or 15,000 screenshots of NWN gameplay. And it's literally just me screenshotting every single chat message anybody sent in the entire game. What else do you have locked in your cellar? Meanwhile, at VExpo, Proctor asking everyone what hotel and room they're staying in. Proctor would be the best. Would you like to buy our extended warranty officer out there? Xfire makes me feel old. Why you gotta bring that up? I'm 32. Nice autism, Proctor. You have no idea. You have no idea how lucky I am to have an IQ of at least 125. Because that raw intelligence allows me to control so many of my natural autistic tendencies and bring them into line. Because naturally, the stuff that I'm into, I feel myself drawn towards doing is, yeah, it's pretty antisocial stuff, I won't lie. I love knowing about other people. And then there are cities that are natural VPNs like mine, because hell, I'm shown to be in Poland, then in the Netherlands, then in California, then Japan. You're not old unless you're intimately familiar with Yahoo /MSN /Zanger, etc. At least you are humble about your high IQ. I think there's no point in having a high IQ and you just can use it to help somebody else. And that's the thing. I want to help other people. I want to fix them all. Literally, I want to fix them all. That's not a joke. That's not ironic. I want to fix them all. What the F is Zenga? To be fair, you have to have a very high IQ to huff Kirsch's tail. Yes. Yes, definitely. You need to have a very high IQ to just that tail. I'm enlightened. Not by some base parasocialism to VTubers, but due to my 125 IQ autism. MSN fight chats. Okay, calm down. He wants to fix your girl failure tubers. Bro, it's the pheromones. I'm reminded of Kirsha yesterday. I'm reminded of Kirsha yesterday on Smuggalana's stream, where they were talking about embarrassing incidences. And Kirsha was saying about how when she was a teenager, she was in a room with a bunch of guys, and she was wearing, I think she said she was wearing very tight pants, and yeah, she had one of those moments where you know, it starts to get a little bit interesting down there, when, as you know, as it happens when you're a teenager, and and that has got to be a clip. Asahara, you have got to, I really hope you're working on a clip for that. That is perfect clip material. And she just says that one of the guys could smell that and was just like, yeah, that's an amazing smell. That's an amazing smell. Where's that wonderful smell coming from? Fox cat juice smelled really good, apparently. I will never forget that quote from Kirsha saying, "I am akin to the Great Lakes of Michigan." The more I learn about this fox, the more I am terrified to my core about how parasocial I am towards her. Ah, dear. I mean, I've got it better than Thrang anyway. Put it that way. His Oshi. I'd rather have Kirsha than Pippa. Put it that way. I think it was really funny because on the Discord, like a couple of days ago, somebody was going like, gun to your head, who would you have sex with, Pippa or Kirsha? And like even people that don't like Kirsha were like, yeah, I'd have sex with Kirsha instead of Pippa any day of the week, absolutely any day of the week. With fans like Proctor who needs aunties. Damn, maybe you're enlightened due to parasocialism after all. But all of Faye said that Pippa is cute. I mean, there's a difference between cute and sexy, okay? Kirsha and Pippa is both our little sister vibes to me. Kirsha's like, Kirsha is nearly a hag. Like, Kirsha is in her 30s, I think. So, yeah, and also her voice. Like, Kirsha has a very mature voice. So, I have no idea how on earth you could get little sister vibes from her. I mean, good grief. I mean, Smugglana even said that she sounded like a mommy. She had a mommy voice. And, how is Kirsha little? Yeah, exactly. Like, Kirsha is nothing like a little sister. Yeah, Kirsha is just an older little sister. Ow! Oh, sorry. Do you have that thing where you drink water and it goes down? It forms like an airlock in your throat, and there's like a high pressure in your throat. Lowly Baba, sister, thick and thicker is real. So Zaist, what is wrong with you? That's Tenma. Or is it Panko? Doesn't Panko have like the weirdly like curvaceous Lowly Baba style avatar? I forget. Like she has massive thighs. I forget because I haven't seen her model in a while, full body, but it's weird. Like Panko's body design is really weird. Oh god, yes, damn, water trying to get down into my lungs. Tenma is hot AF in real life. I mean, if Tenma has real life pictures around the place, I've never seen them. Pippa is an XL leggings girl for real. Are we seriously? Pippa is not. Listen to Pippa's voice. Does Pippa's voice sound like it's coming from a really fat girl? Remember this stream was about Offkai? Well, you'll be going to VExpo. You can have first-hand account of how Panko looks. I mean, Panko's not going to be there in the flesh, is she? Did Panko say she was going to, like, go to VExpo, real life? Oh dear, I'm deep into the water. Sounds like it's coming from a slightly retarded girl. Those were from Walmart, not Japan. Oh dear. But as I like that name actually, Egg the Boiled. I don't want to read what Redditors have to say. I quite agree. Total Reddit death. If they are female neats, odds you could count their ribs 50 feet off. I really find that depressing. Proctor, the real question is, when are we getting Imperator, Panko, Fishman, Imperator? That would be kind of cool. I would really like that. I never said Pippa's fat. She just has powerful thighs. The number of people lusting over the Mold Queen is just a little bit disturbing. Please stop that. I do not want to start thinking about sexy Pippa. Like there's been some sexy Pippa fan art, and I've kind of been embarrassed about how cute her design looks when it's thickened up just a little bit. And I'm just like, I don't want to think that way about somebody who sounds like Pippa. I am glad that in a way that Pippa has gone more natural with her voice, because I did prefer the higher pitched voice, but the higher pitched voice with the more sexual content she sometimes does, yeah, it's a bit weird. Pippa's a weird skinny goblin. That girl's fingers are not fat girl sausage fingers. Stupid sexy Pippa. Proctor, you've posted big honking Pippa art and first thirst post in PvP. Yeah, it's like I say, like Pippa's design, like thickness, when it gets a bit thicker, that's pretty good. That's pretty nice. But again, I quite enjoy curvaceous short women. I think I've shilled. Who the hell is the guy? Now I've got to remember what on earth his name is. Like, and that's stream material. There's a wall scribblings. Here it is. Where did I post this? It's up a fair bit, but I'll see if I can find it. There's Minotaur spamming stuff. Where is it? Because there was something that I posted recently in this channel, which I particularly liked. Where can I find it? Come on, it's here somewhere. I know it is. I will find it. I will find you. I recognize this. Where is it? That was also a very nice one. That's a GIF. Where the heck is it? That's Super Chirami. Good grief, people spam stuff in wall scribbling so damn much. It reminds me, I really need to start drawing with this tablet as well sometime soon. Are you joking? I'm going to find this. I'm now obsessed with this. Here it is! 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 I've got it now. Why is it not doing what I wanted to? This one. Oh, sorry for the flashbang, by the way. I forgot this, but this. This is yes. Well, G Proctor, sorry for posting pretty art. I understand. The mole has infected them. Also, yeah, Faye's character proportions are kind of weird. Even Shion's proportions are not that weird. I'm sorry, Proctor, but I cannot for the life of me understand it. I can't detach the person's personality from character designs. This right here is very much high-class woman, in my opinion. And all she's missing is a tail, right? Do you have any idea if this design had a tail? Okay, I do like this, but Proctor, we can't goon on stream. I see you and David... What? David Beak Wheel, what the hell are you talking about? Does David Cameron like short stacks? What? Nice taste. Yeah, this guy, ouch, I hit me. This guy knows how to draw women. This guy really knows how to draw women. I really like this guy's art. Excellent taste. Yes. If you guys are not following Ouch I Hit Me, you should, because he's really good at drawing women. God damn, he is good at drawing women. A little less tummy and groovy. I mean, this is the thing. You'd be surprised how easy it is to lose weight. You'd be surprised how hard it is for women to gain weight. Proctor, you a tummy enjoyer too? I like detailed bodies. There's no other way to put it. I like detailed bodies. I have a thing for scars too. I really like scars. I think that scars really add character to the body. I remember I first discovered that when I was role-playing and somebody was playing a character who was... like, she was a priestess, and she worshipped a god that was basically like... I'll give you power the more you expend. Basically, a god who... he wasn't like the god of suffering or anything, but basically he was like, the more suffering, the more you put yourself out for me and suffer on my account, the more power I will give you. And basically, he described it in his character profile as... he described all the scars his character had. And I was like... God damn, this, unironically, I find this very attractive. And I was, like, imagining all these scars in my head, and that's when I realized, yeah, I've got a thing for scars. I really like that. So, you know, that's a bit of a tangent, yeah, but that's just me saying what I like, all right? I mean, it's not inflation, it's not vor, it's not God help me, it's not feet. So people have no right to complain when I talk a little bit about what I enjoy in a woman. Imagine the scar instead of imagine the smell. Shut up. I don't know what that is. Certified Proctor moments just keep on coming. Let's move on then. But yes, I just wanted to share the fact feet bros can take long walks off short docks. Again, I have no problem with the idea of feet themselves. Like, feet can be aesthetically pleasing, but when you have a foot fetish, the fact that people who have foot fetishes just cannot... There are people who are furries and diaper fetishists who are more socially acceptable than foot fetishists because they can actually shut up about their fetishes for 5 seconds, whereas foot bros cannot go for more than 5 nanoseconds without mentioning feet. There is something specific to the foot fetish that they just cannot resist talking about it constantly. It is completely impossible for them to shut up about their I have never known a single closet foot fetishist, ever. The moment a foot fetishist reveals they are a foot fetishist, you will see them start talking about feet at any time, at all times, constantly. So, Proctor, did you try Himalayan salt before? I hear it's rad. I don't know what that's a reference to. I have a lot of salt. I like I like sea salt generally. It's much nicer than rock salt. Proctor, how does the fact I'm pretty sure Pippa has said she has facial scars make you feel this is a test? I mean, I have no sexual interest in Pippa whatsoever. If Kirsha said she had scars, then, well, I'm actually sad that I don't have more scars, because again, I would like to have more scars, because scars are a great talking point too. Foot fetishes step over each other's toes. Feet bros are so aggressive, like, calm down, buddy. Why is there big fat anime arse on screen? Purian, why shouldn't there be big fat anime arse on screen? Seriously. That can be. Still rather hear about people thirsting over feet 100 times than hear about somebody's diaper stuff once. Yeah, I can agree overall. But yeah, let us, oh dear, why the hell? Oh, I've got incredibly powerful itch in my nose for some reason. I really hope I'm not getting more hay fever. Do you want to know how I got these scars? Proctor talking to new TVA members. Ever looked into the works of Justed One? He makes them good thick. I have not. Maybe I will at some point. Why am I being beeped? I am being beeped on TVA. Don't give yourself scars. There are helplines for that. Maybe you would be hotter with a Glasgow smile. Okay, jokes aside, but as much as I know from Kier, wouldn't you have to be a psychopath to fall into her I want him field? I am consistently worried that Kirsha seems to like me and trust me an awful lot, because given her taste in men, I unironically sit here self-reflecting sometime and think, does Kirsha like me and keep company with me a lot because of my good qualities? Or is it because, like, her woman senses have detected something really dark and disturbing inside me and that's why she's attracted to me? Given Kirsha's taste in men, Proctor is gay. I am very straight. I am literally part of a religion that condemns homosexuality, so I am not going to be gay anytime soon, alright? Proctor, why are you postulating this on stream and not in private? I've been very open about it before. Maybe she thinks you are a secret psycho. That just means you're closeted. I am not gay, okay? You do understand that her treating you like that means that she doesn't see... You do understand that her treating you like that means that she doesn't see as a... I think you messed up that sentence a little bit, Arclight. Kirsha has a I can fix him complex and would likely try to fix your femboy self. I am not a femboy. It's just that this was the first piece of fun fan art that somebody drew for me. I'm going to buy her that house. Proctor is as straight as a... Is Proctor dependable or psycho? I try to be as dependable as possible. Unironically, Kirsha has been a great source of... I'm very bad at self-motivation, okay? I am very bad at motivating myself because I am I'm pretty good at just existing. Okay? Whereas if I have something to exist for, I'm a lot better. Oh, hello, Alex. Welcome back to the chat. We're just discussing, well, yes, feed in some more psycho then to spark some of her interest. She's beginning to internalize the topic she criticized and is subconsciously attributing your anti-PC culture stances as a bad boy trait. I am the reverse bad boy, okay? I don't swear, I don't goon, I do so much that is not bad boy. I am the straightest man, both in terms of my sexuality and my approach to life. Take that thick anime bitch off the screen and the ouchie. You do, goon liar. I do not. I do not. I'm just saying M could probably make you a pretty good avatar, though you might still be a femboy based on proclivities. Proctor trying to convince the chat over 100 viewers he's not gay while using... Then why is this on stream? Because I like it. Shut up. But yes, I just realized this tablet has a really good resolution, so I can see a lot of detail here. I didn't notice the peaches in the background before, actually. You do, Goon. Look at the screen right now. Excuse me. Why would you goon over an image like this? I mean, yeah, it's a semi-erotic pose, and there's not a huge amount of clothing here, but would a man seriously goon over this? Is this something that a man would goon over seriously? How many corn CDs, katanas, and leather trench coats do you own? Those are the true... I do have a leather trench coat, actually. I have a very nice leather trench coat that I have not worn in years. It's actually hung up in the corner of my shed collecting spider's webs, which is a shame. The one time he gets 100 CCV after a while. I have had over 100 CCV on multiple streams. Shut up. No, because she's... you people are just... There is a kink when the women are lewd and still clothed. I mean, I suppose. Leather trench coat means 32% bad. I was given the leather trench coat, actually. I didn't buy it. What do you mean by you people? But have you ever hit a finana? I have never hit a fish. No. This is the internet. People have definitely good goon to Auschwitz. I mean, guru porn is a thing, so... Why else do you think they drew her with her ass out? I mean, it's just a nice picture, okay? Dark Side Zakro. This is hardly the worst image to goon over, Proctor. There's an artist called the Dubmare you would probably enjoy, Proctor, knowing your interest in women. It's gonna be Gorn or something, isn't it? Finana, as in the unit. Girls love Guru and Ryona. That's terrifying. Do you feel like the crow when you wear a leather... I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you're talking about. I like black. I am currently wearing all black. Pretty much my entire wardrobe is black and navy blue. It's funny because I'm a very colorful person. One of the main reasons I like this avatar is that it has a nice bright color palette. But I like bright colors an awful lot. Back in my day, you need to buy the magazines with a plastic wrap to see this. How do you not know the crow? I don't. But yeah, I like the color black an awful lot as well, because I don't want to think about the clothes that I wear. Clothes are something that protects me from the elements, and means absolutely nothing to me besides that. I like black. Proctor's a BLM activist, confirmed! Lamau, some of us watched Blade, Crow, etc. when they were new. I did watch the Blade movies. The Blade movies were pretty cool, if that's what you mean. Anyway, let's go back to the Offkai stuff. I'm letting myself get far too distracted by all of this. Let me just check something very quickly. You don't know the Crow? Do you even play Vampire the Masquerade? No, I didn't. I didn't really like Vampire. I'm not into vampires very much. I don't want to think about the clothes I wear. Saying that with the PNG you use is hilarious. Again, I use this PNG because it's the first piece of fan art anybody ever drew for me that I liked, alright? It is out of respect for Denna's creative ability. It is not because I am immensely drawn to the idea of this avatar in principle. Any colours other than black, white, and some shades of blue and khaki is hard to find good clothes in. I agree. I'd much rather just buy everything in black. LOL's VTM was entry-level shit for vamp play. I just don't care about vampires very much. I found there's far too many cringe vampires when I was role-playing, and I went on my way to kill as many of them as possible. Just as long as you are not wearing panties, you are good. No. I would never wear anything like that anyway, because, I would not fit in them, shall we say. I preferred Azahara's avatar for you, Lamau. That's terrible. It's good art. It's good art. That finger just perturbs me. Like, why you wield what are you wielding it and smirking at us? That's why I like it. I like the attitude. I like the expression of this avatar an awful lot. I think this captures a certain aspect of my personality that I really like. I like the pose, especially. The pose of this avatar is what really drew me to it. I like the pose an awful lot. No underwear. I didn't say I was having no underwear, you blasted idiot. Definitely not, no, sir. I am not a homosexual. I am straight. I enjoy the vagina. I will make a new one for a new clip from today's stream. Okay. The avatar is always smelling his fingers. My fingers actually smell very strongly of garlic and onion at the moment because that's the topping that I put on my pizza that I had before this stream. Proctor is just a homosexual. He will get trolls remorse and drink the bathtub HRT. Kirsch's trust confirms the prophecy. I will not. I will be the exception. 7 is the perfect number in the Bible. Kirsche has had 6 boyfriends, so I'll leave it up to you how that happens. What happens next? He streams in his leather trench coat and nothing else. That would be far too hot. I am currently fairly warm, but if I wore my trench coat while I was streaming, I would definitely be overheated. Maybe in the winter when I'm cold. I will hope to. I like the finger shush expression. I will have to incorporate that into the AI. Oh dear. Oh dear. Anyway, let us continue, please. Let's get back onto the Offkai stuff. I also just noticed this Redditor's name, Megadongs. Opinion discarded. I now believe the rat because I refuse to take this from a Redditor, especially one named Megadongs and one that's been updated 40 times by other Redditors. Oh, and as I want, did I? No, I didn't. I moved over that. This person thinks Kirsche is encouraging mass shooters. Opinion discarded into the trash. Megadongs. Also, we're just not going to talk about all that promoting Tim Pool and Kiwi Farms. That's a weird thing for you to focus on when the one tweet there about DEI is promoting actual neo-Nazi Tim Pool. She's way worse than you describe. Tomorrow's mass shootings are watching her to... Reddit isn't real. Reddit isn't real. Also, ads were not the only issue. Her audio apparently cut in and out during the event. I don't buy into the sabotaged rat either, but this person is full of shit and has an agenda. When they aren't seething about neo-Nazi VTubers, they spend their time crying about my soggy knees. I'm not going to read that. I don't care about that. And now, another interesting thing was on Sunday, 4:33 AM, so around the late stage of Offkai Saturday, becoming a radical centrist who radically has no opinions by watching Beanie Man, yes. The desperation of a certain political persuasion to paint others as neo-Nazis is telling, yes. Are we sure the dead internet theory isn't real, especially after Reddit? This is why I don't read VT, because it's been proven for a fact it is very easy to bot on VT. You can set up an AI to just post on VT as much as you like. People have literally done tests and proven that you can spam image boards with AI-generated conversation. So I see no reason not to believe, without external proof otherwise, that VT and image boards as a whole are not just infested by bots. Because it's so easy, you've got no proof. With a forum, at the very least, when everybody has an email, an account, you can be reasonably sure there aren't bots all over the place. But on an image board, there's no proof that bots aren't like 90% of the traffic. Like, can you seriously look me in the eye and tell me that some of the deranged antis on VT who are like tech bros or nerds, can you tell me those people wouldn't set up like a ChatGPT-4 bot to just spam their opinions on places like 4chan to make it seem like it's an overwhelming consensus instead of just them pissing in the wind? I can see that happening. They hide the bots if you have a 4chan gold account. Are you serious? It's like, chat, is this real? Is 4chan gold actually real, or is Triptych just messing with me? But TVA has bots. I'm botting TVA right now. Yeah, this is VHosho's co-founder, Mao Tendo. I'm not sure what to think about this sort of statement. Does the fuck you die slow sentiment apply to Offkai people or people against Pride Month? 4chan gold is real, but I don't know about hiding bots. That'd be interesting. Like, how would you even tell? How would you even tell if they were bots or not? Why does God's Strongest Build-A-Bear have that avatar? I don't even know. Plevadera's thoughts about your rat. Oh, this is Megadongs again. Rule of thumb should be that if you go dumpster diving in kiwi farms and come back with something so awful that Pippa apologized for referencing it, you probably shouldn't put in the video. Had a VTuber you came to admire and definitely should not be selling it on Patreon. And more stuff about them. H. Bomber book. Also, that feature sounds like something that only Reddit possesses. Remember that scandal where people were being paid in gift cards for shitting up threads? Makes sense people would automate that to win. 4chan Gold is not real, the 4chan Pass is, and it lets you skip capture and most other post limitations. Ah, I see. Who would focus on Senna's bonbons when she has those cute freckles? I mean, the freckles on the bonbons, honestly, is what makes them peak. That is something that I very much enjoy. My ability to write coherently is disappearing in real time. Stop drinking. And here we have Lideho. Now, Lideho is an interesting person because Lideho has made several claims. First of all, they claimed that they were at Offkai, and I believe they say I know that the other person, like Phew, is a VTuber. I actually asked them, can you provide me with any evidence that you were at Offkai so I can verify the proof of your claims? Both Lideho and Phew have provided concrete evidence that they were at Offkai. Some people were speculating they weren't. No, they have given me implicit proof they were at Offkai. And even before they provided me with explicit proof, I was able to source external proof that basically confirmed they were telling the truth. So these two, Lideho and later Phew, who I will highlight later on, they definitely were both on the ground at Offkai during all this. So anything they say, I fully believe, or at the very least, I fully believe that they were at Offkai. If it means anything, around 2:20 p.m, I accidentally walked in on Sakana and one other FaZe staff having a very serious discussion with two Offkai staff members. Was looking for the elevator to go to the vendor hall, and lo, Sakana was on a sofa nearby, talking about what they're going to do going forwards. Personally, I believe in the sabotage narrative, though it's less everyone out to get Pippa, just some opportunistic scavengers taking advantage of the chaos. As far as I know, the Bebo thing went okay yesterday. Things only really started breaking down when FaZe stuff came up. The FaZe Origins event was never meant to be streamed in the first place. Don't know which idiots would take no as a yes, and then decided to do it in such a stupid way. But it does make Pippa bit at the end of her song all the funnier. F off guy, I hate it here, I'm never coming back. TVA agents. Yes, we literally had TVA agents on the ground. There are capture solver scripts, bros. They work half decent too. Yeah, capture is basically a failed version of getting is failed at this point. You can get capture bots that bypass capture. You could literally outsource capture to literal slave farms in China who will solve capture for you. Chat Dodd, he talked about false using TVA to debunk the sabotage theory. What? Are you serious? Has False literally used TVA? Lido was assassinated after this stream. Let me just look on. I've just got a bunch of pings. No, that's nothing special. Yeah, sorry, I just got a bunch of pings, but it's nothing to do with TVA. My apologies. I think, or I might be getting sleep deprived. I think that if False ID had used stuff from TVA, then people will be screaming at me from the rooftops. If anybody has actually watched False's video, I don't care about False. I think that False is absolutely a corrupt person. I think he has his own agenda. ChatGPT-4 has hired humans to solve capture. It is documented. I'm not surprised by that at all. Well, let's continue. And then, of course, Sayu, who was at the convention in person, she got California'd. My car got broken into and they stole my empty bag, but it was a collab bag, and my favorite one. I swear if I find you, I will crush each one of your toes with my teeth. Somebody posted this about this to... Oh, yes. Yeah, I'm going to show this on stream because this is a public photo, but yeah, that's Sayu right there, and I don't know who this is, but that's not bad cosplay on a rather yes. On New Year's Eve, my friend and I peeked in a covered parking structure in Fillmore, one of the suburbs, because car theft has become much more common. It's a good Corona wig. Peter Griffin. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Yes, it seems her weight increased due to stress. That's not... Sayu is the other one. It's not the fat one, you idiots. Not the Corona cosplayer is someone different. I highlighted that later on, so we can just go past that. Speaking of being California'd, apparently the power was out at one of the hotels nearby too. I heard this wind going outside my hotel. It's crazy. Ain't no way the power is out for blocks and hotels don't have power. Yep, so the blocks around our hotel have a blackout. This happened a lot. Welcome to California. Power grid has been effed for years. I don't know why people defend California, because California has literal brownouts constantly. People complain about California's infrastructure all the time, and yet people who live in California seem to just be brainwashed and go, oh, but the weather is so nice. The weather is so nice. And it's like, oh, good grief. Designated, yes, I know, the designated shitting streets. Come on, number update. Sorry, I was just waiting for something to move. Bro, what about the food? Where does the money go? Don't ask. Don't ask where the money goes, okay? Just don't ask. Just stop stop asking questions, all right? And then we have Miori. Miori Celestia is a VTuber who has a tendency to go on melties. Very frequent melties. And Miori Celestia, oh god, what has she said now? She was actually... This is her alt account that she uses to vent. And this was just after her concert thing. And you can see here, she is going off on one. She's really going off on one. And then she says down here, Offkai did nothing wrong. I brought over my whole setup. All audio was set up from my side. I am just not conscious of my singing when I'm nervous. So there was no control on top of being not the strong live singer in the first place. My poor technician and staff liaison, thank you for being so kind at least. I hate singing, I hate singing, I hate singing, I hate singing, blah, 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 blah. Embarrassing, Lamau, July concert, I'm home, yay, time to sulk over archives. It's okay, F, I gotta do the dishes. Miori, this is just the daily Mio moment, yes. If you want to look for a definition of Menhera, Miori's the picture right next to it, yes. Bitch needs lithium. Miori is an individual, shall we say. Let's say I need to blow my nose again. Well, turn off. Yes, but I find it interesting how she seems to take Offkai's side in all of this as well, because there is a certain theme. I think it's wise to point out the people that seem to take Offkai's side in all of this are definitely the more Menhera VTubers. Miori is an amazing VTuber with a dogshit self-loathing mentality and a high propensity to freak the F out over nothing. Yes, the self-loathing is a theme, alright? we are going to see that theme played out as the convention continues. So let us continue our little saga here. Here we have View, and she is our second inside source. And as you can see here, I'm at Offkai myself and chatted around to get intel from some good-ass sources. Pretty much some volunteers have unionized to kick out the Nazis, and some of these volunteers are being assholes to Kapipis. Good, total Kapipi death. Normal staff and security are trying their best to deal with these retards. Also, a lot of people have fake badges. It's why it's too packed. Even faking staff badges and vests. They planned for some fake badges by about 500, but they think it's actually over 1,000. TLDR, gay-ass V-tweeter volunteers are trying to F shit up, and main staff are trying to tard wrangle them. If you're at the con yourself, report these people to security. Besides this shit happening, everyone has been fun to hang out with fans of another VTubers, not letting those Cali gay ops get me down. Your Kapipi racism is showing, bigot. I don't care, Kapipi death. Sorry, I was wrong. He mentioned TVS, whatever that is, not TVA. Okay, thank you for that update. Kapipis, he thought. Kapipis could be here. I'm sorry, but total Kapipi death. I wish Pippa all of the good luck in the world. I would not wish Pippa's fanbase on anyone. And here we have Thrang summing things up in lovely 4chan green text. B Tranny Janny. Hate the neo-Nazi Pippa Pipkins because she played Hogwarts and kills 30 billion vermintide per second just by existing. Tweet about hating Pippa Pipkins and racist, neo-Nazi, and other Nazi grifters. Retweet posts about hating Pippa Pipkins and the racist neo-Nazi. Volunteer for Offkai. Get moderator status in Offkai's Twitch chat. Things mysteriously go wrong during a Pippa event, which he has some power over. A communications failure, it was called. In chat, as things F up, blame Phase Connect for said F up. This was wrong, and Offkai had to publicly backpedal. Unironically expect to not get called out for this extremely retarded behavior. Next move will probably be to call everyone right-wing conspiracy theorist Nazi chuds. Do you believe in coincidences, chat? I don't. They get off on this. The decent group of Pippa fams are honourable chatters. There are some of them. That's not how you spell Horines. I don't make a distinction. Every time Hogwarts Legacy kills a vermin, Uruka gets another cub. Yes. Uruka and Sakana together in holy matrimony, having many, many, many Chinese children together. It's beautiful. I still believe that, Rat. I still believe that Uruka is secretly married to Sakana. That would be the best rat to come true. Look, Mom, I'm on TV. Yes, you're on TVA. Congratulations. Why do I keep getting pinged by everything in the entire universe? Oh, that's the different thing. Yep. Come on, no. There we go. And here we have, as the technical director of Offkai, I am so happy we were able to put on such awesome performances for you all. I feel like we were really able to deliver the best show we possibly could have. Love you, Offkai Gen 3, Offkai Live, and, I can't say that on stream. And we have read Trap Supremacy's reply to this post. Is this the one up top? Where is it? Is it down below? I'll be fair and give guys like this the benefit of the doubt. No she/her in his bio or anything, just a crossdresser. Guys like this just like their Oshi enough to try and represent them IRL, but a lot of them have the presence of mind to not actually be vermintide. Edit, yeah, no, seems like he was still dressed as a dude at after parties, just seems to be a regular guy who cosplays girls, not a very good looking one, but clearly passionate. Sakana goes to meet Offkai management. It's a matter of dress. What could go wrong? I mean, I am never going to be cosplaying Kirsha. Put it that way. What I don't get over is like the makeup. The makeup is what gets me. I could kind of get wearing the dress. The makeup, I'm sorry, that's a step too far. I like how it touted what a good job it did when the entire thing was a shit show. That is weapons grade cope from sussy individual trap supremacy. The type of guy to change his diet to replicate... That's disgusting. Okay, quick question. Why the hell do you always see who the bad guys are? I mean, hell, I thought it was just a movie thing, but you really see it on their face. I'm not sure what you entirely see means Sky Morning. Now the makeup is just silly, I suppose. If you're not rocking a fluffy tail, how is anyone going to know it's you at VExpo? If I go to VExpo, like VExpo, I'm guaranteed to be face doxed. There's absolutely no way I'm not face doxed at VExpo. Like my voice is distinctive enough that people will be able to recognize my voice pretty much instantly. If people are going to VExpo, I would really like to know about them. What if she wiggles that her foxtail and asks you really nicely what on the dress? That's the thing. I trust Kirsha to never ask me that to do that. Kirsha has made her disgust for men in dresses very clear. So I do not think she would ever ask me to wear a dress for her. I mean, the evening live show was better than last year's, given they didn't have some idiot fiddling with the volume mid-song for some reason. Phosonomy is real. Kirsha would never ask a man to wear a dress. I agree. Nyano only had good things to say about this guy. We're going to get to that. Well, kind of. What about a kilt? I mean, I'm not Scottish. If I were to go to a con, it will be with a coat I commissioned with all my VTuber lewds in the style of that I hate Yao shirt. She might, if only for the memes. No, she would not. Kirsha has principles. And that is why I like Kirsha, because she has principles. But yeah, as I said, if anyone in TVA is going to Offkai, there's somebody who has said they might go to Offkai that I might meet up with, but they have health issues, so they're like, it's a very strong chance they won't go, but I've already agreed that if they do go, I would be quite willing to help them out if they did. Just wear the Pippa mask and gloves combo, you won't draw any attention that way. I am not going to go to I'll tell you something. If I'm going to VExpo, I'm going to train the hell out of that in the 2 months until then. I am going to... It is 2 months. Almost 2 months. Yeah, just about 2 months. I am going to work out as much as possible between then and now. I'm going to get as ripped as possible before I go to VExpo. I want to be able to go to VExpo and be like, yeah, guys, this is how I literally posted on Twitter. I want to go to a convention. I want to go to a convention, and I want to be dressed. I want to be dressed very nicely. I want to also look good. I want to look very, very good at Offkai. Not Offkai. I keep getting them too mixed up. Sorry. I want to go like VExpo. I've already got. Oh, look at my arm. I've not been able to exercise. I've not been able to exercise much in the last 3 or 4 days. So I have. But my arms are really good at the moment. I've got a really nice bicep bulge. I've got a really good bicep muscles at the moment because I've been doing tons of arm exercises. And I've started doing pull-ups too, like the ones where, because my father was kind enough, because I can't do pull-ups in my shed because the roof would literally fall in. The roof is not strong enough to support the weight of a fully grown adult male hanging off it, but he's been kind enough to set up, because we've got a nice big barn, and so he has set up facilities in the barn that I can do pull-ups from, and I've started doing those. Now, those are hard. Good grief, those are hard. Those really made me ache badly when I first did them, but I think if I can do a full pull-up by the time I go to VExpo, I'll feel really proud about myself. I'll be able to get like 10, 15 sessions. Reminder, remember, if your chin doesn't pass the bar, then it means you aren't doing them correctly. I can't quite do that yet, because again, I'm 6 foot, I'm nearly 6'2", and I am still a little bit heavy for my height. Like, I'm not overweight. I'm not massively overweight or anything, but my body is just stubbornly clinging on to just an extra couple of pounds that I'm still trying to lose. So doing a full pull-up right now is very difficult for me, but I'm going to... What grip do you use? I use the circular dangle one. I don't know what they're called. Like the plastic circles with the grips at the bottom. Try not to get doxed. I don't care if I get face doxed at VExpo. Again, my solution to being face doxed is just to look good, okay? I want to look good. I want it so that if there are face doxes of me out there, that they look good. The people look at my face dox and go, damn, that's a handsome guy. Why is he talking about bulging and dangling? Like, I am not going to go to VExpo. Every day, I'm going to shave. I'm going to style my hair. Well, I'm going to cut my hair really short because I look much better like that, according to some people. I actually liked it when my hair was a bit longer, but everybody in my church says I look much more handsome with short hair, so I'm going to cut my hair short for VExpo. And so, yeah, I'm going to show up and I'm going to look as handsome as possible. Make sure to pose at all times. You have no idea. People have been saying that my stance has improved immensely since I started exercising. Those last 10 pounds are so stubborn. Yeah, it really is. Get a high and tight proctor, man. Okay. We know Globy is going to be there. Are they going to be there in the flesh or just online? Some people who see Proctor's docs at a convention, oh no, he's hot. Yes. That is literally unironically what I want people to do. I want people, you should wear a proper shirt and tie and see if anyone mistakes you for an industry insider. I have a very good shirt. I have, like, for church, I wear a professional suit to church. And I have a ton of ties, too. I have a ton of very nice ties. Grooms himself so he can groom others, Sasuga. In there, I mean, they are a European-focused country. Oh, that'll be very interesting. It's a ruse. Don't be like Samson and grow it out and wield your godly powers. Some people, yeah. Oh, what was the thing that I missed? Those last 10 pounds are so stubborn. Yeah, I don't care about being... I would not feel comfortable with the whole church talking about my physique, weird neighborhood you live in. I mean, the vast majority of couples in my neighborhood, well, in my church group, met while in church and courted while in church, so, yeah. Wear a shirt that says, if you dox me, you're gay, that will get them. I mean, you know, as we go on here, I think you'll see that doesn't really matter. So let us continue. I thought this was quite amusing. I swear that every picture I see on Twitter from Offkai smells the same to me, sweaty locker room and ketchup. Reminds me of the last time my weeb friends dragged me to an anime con, and while I don't consider myself an elitist, that was one of the very few times I was like, why am I here? I'm too normie for this. It was a sea of greasy, malodorous spastics whose entire vocabulary is lines from their favorite media. Then there's me, who dresses and talks like a normal person that showers and brushes their teeth every day, sticking out like a sore normie thumb. While I like some weeb shit, I definitely am not weeb enough to handle an anime con. I'm probably just a stick in the mud, but man, I've come to learn I can only enjoy autism when I'm by myself or behind a screen. Bonus, one of the many, many troons posting about Offkai. OMG, the legendary @Moomers, TYSM for the photo, best fauna, what the hell is this absolute zoomer gibberish? Sweaty locker room and ketchup, so heaven for Kirsche then. Proctor gets doxed. Oh no, he is hot. The forum gets filled with weirdos and fujos. Bunch of VTubers join the court to groom him. Unironically, I would enjoy somebody attempting to groom me. I would be happy with that. Again, I have a bonus in that I am a Christian, so I believe in no sex before marriage. So I would disappoint an awful lot of potential groomers. I consider my religion to be a tremendously powerful shield against degeneracy in general. Please keep Tranny Kruger away from Kura. The tables have been turned in the groom code. How would Kirsche feel about that, Proctor? Kirsche, I mean... I kind of that's a weird thing. I do believe in no sex before marriage. I do quite strongly believe in that. At the same time, I do feel as if it is very, very dumb. I think it's very stupid. This is what I dislike about traditional Christianity, I will say. I really much dislike the kind of taboo idea of sex in general that a lot of places have, because, as Kirsche says, sexual compatibility is incredibly important. And while I do agree that I would not want to have intercourse with a partner before marriage, I would very much want to talk to a partner about sexual matters. I would want to know before going into a marriage, hey honey, what would you like me to do for you? You know, what are your boundaries? What do you like? What do you not like? And I'm not talking about, hey baby, when we're married, I'm gonna do this to you. But I would be like, darling, we are going to spend the rest of our lives together. I think it would be a really good idea if we just had a clinical discussion about what we would like to do to each other, so that we can make sure that there is something terrible, that I want something from you that you are not going to be able to give to me, and I'm going to be stuck with you not being able to satisfy me for the rest of both of our lives. I mean, what would Kirsche feel about women other than her grooming you? I wouldn't. That's just you ERPing with Granth. No sex before marriage, what if it happens? Well, that's what shotgun marriages are for. I mean, I just like the way that, hey babe, would you wear this tail plug-in, the marriage deal breaker? I mean, again, that's what I like about Kirsche, that she is very open and upfront about the things she wants. Maybe scroll down a bit before giving chat the tour. Good God, man, you're like a Mormon Gruner. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Let's have a clinical discussion about sounding and cuck chairs. Yeah, I kind of support the idea, because if you go back and read the Hebrew scriptures, pretty much sex was the act of marriage. Basically, if you had sex with somebody in ancient Israel, you were married. The only thing that was left was for you to sign legal proceedings, basically. Like, you would have sex before your, like, marriage in terms of the synagogue marriage, but the act of having sex with another person meant marriage had occurred, basically. And I agree with that. I agree with that principle. Like, the idea of having sex before mechanical marriage in an environment where basically like, yeah, we're going to sleep with each other because we've already decided that this is forever. That I can understand. Like, that I would be okay with. But it's like, yeah, that's an awkward thing that doesn't really work in law nowadays, so again, it's an interesting thing that I could probably talk about and discuss. I'm discussing it quite a lot now because I actually watched I don't watch Matt Walsh very much, but he had an interview with a divorce lawyer recently, and the divorce lawyer was talking very candidly. It was a very interesting interview because the divorce lawyer was actually saying an awful lot of stuff that Kirsche has said herself, which is why I listened to more than 5 minutes of it. He was saying an awful lot about the same kind of things that Kirsche says, and I like that. I like that a lot. It was nice to get confirmation that Kirsche is. I mean, I believe Kirsche to begin with, but the more points of evidence that back Kirsche's viewpoint on marriages and what caused them to fall apart despite never being married, that people that have literally been divorce lawyers for 30 or 40 years will also back up using almost the exact same language that she did. I think that's a very, very strong argument in favor of her positions regarding marriage and interactivity and so on. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. Oh, I didn't realize the gay orgy thing was put in the header. Yeah, because this is something we talked about on the Discord. Lore from Lideho, who is at the convention, screenshots from TVA cord. The orgy rooms are real. It's full of capitalists in dresses. Please tell me this is a joke. The local femboy was blacked out drunk, had to be taken by 2 guys back to his room. You have no idea how much cock that femboy took that night. Are you talking about Tao Twist? Yes. As I said, he was the piggy. Many unshaved legs and pipatis. And then I had a little moment. I had a little moment here. I swear to God, if this Offkai shit ends in the revelation that Archive Bro was a staff member and was the one who got Kirsha blacklisted, then participated in a gay orgy where everyone was cosplaying as Pippa, I will kill myself because there's no way life will ever get weirder and everything after that point will be a disappointment. He did it last year, to be fair, too. Damn, I should have gone to Offkai. Maniacal Foreigner, aren't you a religious guy? I don't think you want to be where the gay orgies are. Argon Z, that's why Husbando and I tell his friends to just treat moving in together as marriage than the rigged US government contract because the deed and what comes after is going to happen. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Overall, in a perfect world, again, in a perfect world, I think that's how it should work. But we don't live in a perfect world, and unfortunately, we have to make concessions for the more disturbing and godless reality we live in. Oh, that guy, yeah, they sodomized that guy. I could believe that. Yeah, if you're a femboy at a convention and you get blackout drunk and 2 guys take you back to your room, yeah, get an STD test the next morning. If you wake up with a sore ass, it wasn't the diarrhea. I blame the programmer sucks. There is something that can be weirder. The whole thing plus people in Proctor cosplay instead of Pippa. Sky Morning, you have no idea how tempted I am to time you out for that. They are going to tuck you in. Yes. Here is Kuririnji chiming in here. Even the biggest anime conventions in the US rely on largely unpaid volunteers. As you may have probably guessed, many of them are a menace. They get drunk with unearned power extremely easily, and instead of solving problems, they cause them for actual paid staff, such as security. As an example, the volunteer crew for Otakon 2018 was so bad, security had to be called in several times to extinguish petty dramatics by man-children and stop autists from throwing their weight around. At the end of day 2 of the convention, one security staffer, a sort of normie-looking black guy, walked up to my friend and me as we were leaving the convention center to ask us for a hug because he was so mentally drained from dealing with retards. Long story short, volunteer Jannies tend to be cancer, but they're very often necessary manpower or man-child power in this case. They do it for free! 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 Do it for free! Do it for free! Do it for free! Past writing it again. Why were you guys mentioning gooning with the trans person on screen? You're all weird. They brought up gooning, not me. Done with Vespers. What did I miss? Tao Twist was always the Kapipi designated femboy, so it was always a given it would happen. Power doesn't corrupt, power attracts the corruption. Is that your mating call for Thrang? Oh yeah, Thrang. Would you like to, you know, as they say, do it for free? No, that's my mating call for Thrang. Oh dear, Thrang. It looks as if chat is getting a little bit rowdy. Would you like to use your whip on them? I trained you to use that so well. God, I'm crying. I'm crying. Chat, you should not let one man have this much power over you. Oh dear, I need to mute and blow my nose. Oh dear, I've taken my glasses off. Help, I can't see. I can't see. It feels like the bad end in a visual novel. The good boy loves it, I'm sure. Thrang is a very, very good boy. Ryan, it's so over. Oh my goodness. As I said, chat, you really shouldn't let me have this much power over you. Now the last 30 minutes makes me very glad I'm not religious. That laugh sounds like a new mod position just opened up on Fetralife. What the hell is Fetralife? Do I want to Google that? I probably don't. Oh, my ribs. Ow, that actually hurts. Oh no, he's got the peanut butter Thrang. Run! You gotta put the collar on it first, Proctor. I'm not gonna charge you for the headphones I throat. Oh dear, oh dear. Gentlemen. Fet life, I think he meant. Did he confuse Fet life with Fextra life? Oh dear. As we say, vote with your wallet is not effective with the mentally ill group of retards LARPing as heroic revolutionaries have been declared an endangered minority. I think Offkai was a no-show from the start. What does one do? No vermintide allowed equals VTubers are racist. QAnon Gamergate 9000 confirmed. My solution would be to employ paid professional staff, which would allow for HR managers to cover screening. You would have to just jack it up the cost and the fact they wouldn't be nearly enough to wrangle the whole weekend. But as Naganon says here, a rare good point from our fan who betrayed us to go work for Green Woman Vad. A simple search of 99% of these homosexuals' social media would suffice as a reason to deny them as volunteers. I agree. I think that Offkai allowing somebody this transparently anti-phase into their ranks is a massive indictment of their hiring practice. I'm seriously considering volunteering for VExpo staff. I wonder how that would go. I would actually like to... Maybe I'll put this as a poll, actually. Start a poll. Actually, there's 2 polls that I want to run at some point. Chat should... no, I said V Expo, there we go. Start poll. Here we go. Pardon me. No, Google, back off. What the No, Google, what the hell? What has just gone wrong with Google Chat? No, that I do not want to put that there. Okay, my chat is completely, as my stupid chat is just completely bugged out. Why can't I exit this? Back. Ah, there, I got rid of it, sorry. Google just did something really weird with Stream Chat. Proctor can be YouTuber Project Veritas. I think they require a DBS check. What's a DBS check? Close poll there. Sorry, OBS was really weird just then. I have not reciprocated prostate whatsoever when he attempted to initiate roleplay with me in DMs on December 10th, 2023. When I thought Leocons were the gay ones, paying 500 travel trees to work for free. I mean, it's your money. I mean, I get to go there anyway, so... Thrang, you're her canine/lover, you're complicit in this. Proctor, you can... I've already read that. Past Ray, again, Thrang has done it for free at least twice, that whore. Validating Proctor's gender identity as a recently transitioned woman is not a good idea. Digital background security, I think. I mean, I would be completely and honest and upfront. I'd say, hey, yeah, I run TVA. I would not try and lie about that in any way at all. Leocon's pitch only, apparently. Used to be CRB. It's the kind of background check they do on teachers / doctors, etc. I'm not sure how invasive the methods are. I mean, my Proctor Zakharov account just exists literally only as, like, it has my Twitch and my, not my Twitter, sorry, and of course TVA, so I don't care if people look into that. Again, I'm not ashamed of TVA. If I volunteered for anything, I would be upfront. I'd say, yeah, I'm Proctor Zakharov. I run TVA. If you want my help, you do this on... Because I'm not interested in gay ops. I'm not interested in gay hopping things. And this was a major thing that happened. A pretty massive thing. Moshi Moshi Moan is Jim Medicare. Jim Medicare. And this was Trigger Point. Hope Fishman sees some of this. And Trigger Point was copying the header from my website, from TVA. They would instant blacklist you. I doubt it. I really do doubt it, honestly. Maybe, I'm pretty sure that something like GX Aura would kick up a shit fit if she's a massive bitch behind the scenes. But I don't think many other people would even care or know. Doxing Jim tisk tisk. Excuse me, this is his account. Okay, I love his Coffin Princess Chaika avatar as well. That's really cute. I like Coffin Princess Chaika. Jim has to protect his strongest simp Pippa, and yeah, I kind of had a moment when I realized that Jim Medicare was looking at my website. As you can see, that was just my immediate reaction. I kind of screamed a little bit in real life. Why do retards hate fun? These animated avatars might make anime look bad with their humor and fun. Grabs his body pillow. Follow me and bring the soy. Tonight we go to war. Because this whole thing attracted some interesting people. Like Stone Toss is aware of Kirsch's blacklisting. It also had people like Grums and the guy who runs the Sweet Baby Inc. Detected Steam group. Both of them retweeted and paid attention to her post about Offkai blacklisting her. So this whole stuff got Kirsche a massive amount of attention across the Cabrutus. Yes, Cabrutus and Grums both retweeted and commented on her Offkai blacklisting. Proctor rolling in. I'm Proctor Zakharov, and yes, I run TVA. Everyone in the room wants TVA. That's a perfectly decent GX is. I thought she was Miori light at worst. I don't know how much of it is public, but I've heard some very negative things about GX Aura. Like, she's part of the Cyber Live Mean Girls group. She blocked Pipper. Yeah, GX Aura is one of those people who is just like, I have very strong political opinions, and if you don't like my opinions, you're obviously Hitler, and I will hate you forever. That's the kind of person again, I have not gotten hard confirmation on this, but put it this way, I have never heard a good thing about GX Aura, and there are an awful lot of people happy that GX Aura is basically rapidly becoming irrelevant on a dying platform run by Chinese spyware addicts. So, yeah. That's all I'm going to say about GX Aura, alright? That's actually a bit long, but this ties back to the browser is bad, then she should feel bad. Yeah, GX, the Opera GX is a bad browser, and it's also Chinese spyware. You shouldn't use it. This ties back to what I was saying earlier about basically politics and VTubing and nonsense like that. To be fair, I think Opera the company blocked everyone problematic on her behalf. I mean, she would still have had to endorse it, basically. I would not want a company, no matter how powerful they are, blocking stuff on my behalf. Like, sorry, I interact with who I want to interact. As Vtuber said, vote with your wallet does not work in the modern age since it's playing directly into these people's hands. Their entire game plan is to insert themselves into everything you like and shit it up until it makes you miserable and you leave. They don't have a capitalistic interest in it. They just get off on the idea of defeating you, even at high-level corporate positions. The only way to win is either fight back against them or find yourself little scraps of joy despite them. And as Helmut Kun says, like, he actually brings up some historical, some things as well. It's never really worked. It's a gale meant to supplant and dilute actual efforts towards change. Go away, little insight that nearly threw in my mouth. Let's take the massive Coors boycott that happened in the US. These boycotts lasted for 20 years and involved entire ethnic groups, involved feminist rights groups, involved America's largest and most powerful workers' unions, and as an added bonus, was a massive rallying point for the nation's LGBT. What was the impact? Chorus is still there. They lost some market share in a couple of states, but expanded elsewhere nationally to make up for it. They didn't stop growing over these 20 years, it was just a bit slower. They didn't start hiring more women or minorities or whatever. They didn't even reinstate the chorus union that had started the boycotts by going on strike. And this is supposed to be one of the most successful boycotts in American history, one they teach morons about in college as a trendsetter for the rest of the nation's activists. Even the Sons of Liberty, you know, those guys who eventually sparked the American Revolution, tried boycotts. They boycotted everyone who even thought about purchasing British tea. It didn't actually do anything until they destroyed the tea in harbour. The East India Company had been stockpiling too much tea for years at that point, and was perfectly willing to just let the tea sit in harbour until it sold. It wasn't even worth that much. If the East India Company hadn't already been in dire financial straits, to the point of being bailed out by the British government, they could have let it go. Hell, a few Tories even went to Britain and offered to pay the cost out of their own pocket to avoid conflict, and Parliament turned them down. No, you don't interact with whoever when you are an influencer employed by a company, and I don't think she's that radical, given her interacting with Lumi Yellow on perfectly friendly terms. Yeah, also, when was the last time that Lumi interacted with anybody in Kirsch's group? My question is that. My counterpoint to that would be all the video game studios that have gone out of business in the last 6 months, but they went out of business by themselves. Boycotts did nothing to that, they just made shit games. I like that Brave got free advertising off of that guy throwing a fit about it. Yeah. To be fair, I think Opera, the company, blocked everyone. Oh, I already read that, sorry. This ties back to what I was talking about earlier, what I've talked about multiple times before on many streams. A lot of people, especially who are not in agreement with the whole rainbow movement and everything, are still like, man, I don't want to get involved, I don't agree with these things, but I just want to game and be in peace. That's the problem. You're not allowed to. These people will go after you wherever you are. You can't simply sit there and go, oh, I don't want to interact with these things, but hey, Proc, were you aware that, oh, I already read that. Did you just double fake me out with that? But yeah, what I want people to do, I think there's that saying as well, the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. If you want to get anywhere, if you want to protect anything, you have to be vigilant. You have to look out for people that are trying to infiltrate and trying to take control of the things you love, and you have to preemptively gatekeep them. You have to take a stand. And if you don't, if you just go, oh, I can't be bothered, I just want to sit here and I want to game and have fun, then you are going to see you are going to see your hobby progressively destroyed. And it's going to be very subtle at first, but it's going to snowball. and they're going to take away everything you love. And when they're done taking away everything you love, and you can't find any more enjoyment to it, you're going to move to a different fandom, you're going to move to a different game, you're going to move to a different fan base, and you're going to start all over again. And they're going to follow you. Because now they know you're not going to fight back. You're not going to resist. And when you move to a new fan base, they're going to go, yeah, we'll just follow him. We'll just follow and start the whole process over again. Just like what happened in anime, gaming, comics, and Hollywood, for example. Yes. And if you're addicted to losing, then you're always going to lose. If you're addicted to that feeling of being the martyr, of being the guy who is nobly losing, I don't have any respect for you. You should stand up for what you believe in, and it doesn't take much. The greatest psyop of all is the idea that you need to have a massive effort into defending yourself, when no, you don't need a massive effort. It will destroy everything you love. Yes, they will. You don't need to put in a vast amount of effort to defend the things you love, because these are not strong people that are attacking you. They're not powerful. They only have power when you give them power. The Rainbow Mafia will never relent on pushing their BS upon you, mock them while gatekeeping them. Yes, you need to have strong principles. Because people who are unprincipled are easy to manipulate. I can say IRL what it costs to stand up for right and truth when surrounded by cowards. I mean, it will cost you. But guess what? You're going to have a stronger community at the end. You're going to know who your friends are. And the friendships that you forge by mutually standing up in defense for the things you love are going to be very powerful friendships. Racism makes for a great gatekeeping or pull a chainsaw man when the fans are crying about sexual assault. I mean, I don't condone racism, but noticing things can be rather fun sometimes, is all I'll say. And also there is a certain quote from a man called, who you might have heard about before. You might have heard about this person before. Let me just find this quote for a second, because I posted it somewhere. Yes. The best way to control the opposition is to lead it ourselves. And that was a quote by Vladimir Lenin. And this is something that I find very, very disturbing, because an awful lot of groups that have been trying to defend, say, gaming and so on, have basically been very easily co-opted by the progressive mindset, because those people, although they stood up and they said, yeah, we stand for like right-wing views and so on, the problem is they haven't even really understood their own position. They haven't been particularly principled, and they've tried to use the tactics of the enemy against them. And that means they're very easy to co-opt. They're very easy to push around, and they're very easy for an infiltrator to step in and basically turn the group against themselves, and turn them into a parody, and turn them into something that they could be held up and said, look, these evil right-wingers are doing this, so they're no different from us. And you drive away people from your own side by acting like a fool and a tard. So don't do that. Be a principled, educated individual who knows what he's talking about. Yeah, there's a growing schism in the whole rainbow spectrum, specifically due to the insane behavior of the last 5 years. TDS is a huge part of it. First, they came for the, yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, again, what you have to realize as well is there are an awful lot of alternate sexuality people who, again, I don't condone their sexualities, but I will acknowledge their right to exist, because I don't have the right to say that people I don't like shouldn't exist. But a lot of those people are perfectly willing to stand up and say, yeah, our side is bad too, but they're just bullied into being the way they are. And every time some asshole on the opposite side stands up and goes, yeah, it's a hard line, we don't want any people that aren't like straight white males in our games, those people are just driving away potential allies. And it's pointless and it's ridiculous, and you should never listen to those people. You should always be reasonable. When your enemy is unreasonable, that's the time you have to be even more reasonable. Because when your enemy is being unreasonable, that is bait to get you to be unreasonable too. Because the moment you are unreasonable, they will suddenly take the position of reasonability, and they'll say, look at these monsters. They're saying exactly what we thought they'd say. We accused them of being racist and misogynist, and look now. Look at how all the racists and all the misogynists are just coming out of the woodwork to say, yeah, we are racist, yeah, we are misogynist, all these things. Oh crap, apparently Leia's grandfather is in hospital and her planned streams are postponed. I pray for his health. Being reasonable has gotten us nowhere. I completely disagree. Reasonableness and principles get you everywhere. Read If by Rudyard Kipling. Let me just look that up then. If by Rudyard Kipling. One moment then. I'm curious about this. Is a poem by English poet Rudyard Kipling written circa 1895 as a tribute to Leander Starr Jameson. It is a literary example of Victorian-era Stoicism. The poem, first published in Rewards and Fairies following the story by the Square Toes, is written in the paternal advice of the poet's son. If by Richard... How long is this? It's not too long. Okay, I'll read this. I'll read this. Give me a moment then. Let me just put this on the other screen so people can see it as well. Paste and go. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, but don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good, nor talk too wise. If you can dream, and not make dreams your master, if you can think, and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster, and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can bear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken, and stoop and build them with worn-out tools. If you can make one heap of all your winnings, and risk it in one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at your beginnings, and never breathe a word about your loss. If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are gone, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings, nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and, which is more, you'll be a man, my son. I like that poem an awful lot. Being measured in your response can go a long way, just avoid buzzwords and acting like a spurg. Yes, I agree. TVA's official motto should be brown woman good. I'd point out that in NA at least, the time for reasonable men to take unreasonable actions may well be approaching a lot sooner than the masses realize. I just want more brown waifus in games, but they make them ugly, put them in lame games, or both. Yeah, being calm and reasonable in the face of erratic opposition is far more powerful than some realize. Absolutely. 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 Reasonableness has gotten segs past interact with our kids. I disagree, actually. I think that reasonableness is the one thing that that makes, again, it's not, people mistake reasonableness. Reasonableness is not about allowing the other person to speak, to control the narrative, to stand up and say, I have control and you're not going to stop me. Reasonableness is simply saying in a calm tone of voice, this is my principles. You are not going to break my principles. You can shout, you can scream, you can yell, you can flail against me as hard as you like. I am not going to give in. I'm not going to yell at you. I'm not going to scream at you. I am going to teach my children the morals that I believe in. I am going to keep them away from your ideology. I am going to teach them the opposite of your ideology. I am going to equip them mentally so that they are able to dismantle your ideology with the same calm, peaceful attitude that I do. That kind of attitude makes those people absolutely outrageously angry because there is nothing they can do about it. The Bible says, a mild temper turns away the sword, and I agree with that. Because when you make yours, and this is actually, recently, I've been reading a book about communist brainwashing techniques. I had a stream about it a couple of weeks ago. And what was very interesting to me is that this book contains an awful lot of first-hand accounts of how people lived in the communist brainwashing regimes. And they lived in the re-education camps, and they all said that it was very similar. Yeah, reasonableness is the ability to tell unreasonable people to F off in a calm and measured manner. Exactly, Bear Beard. That's it. You've summed it up very well. Now, in these Chinese re-education camps, they were surrounded by... So don't act like Babyface Heel when he's all pronouns in Starfield. Yeah. I think he had some good points about it, but his rant was a bit unhinged and definitely gave the other side ammunition to play around with. But yeah, when people were in these re-education camps, they were surrounded by hardcore communists whose job it was to break them using any means at their disposal. And many of these prisoners who went through these camps said that they were surrounded by Chinese people who would shout and scream and yell at them day and night that they should submit. And they called them evil, they called them criminals, they called them monsters. Anything they could do to break these Westerners in these camps. And I found it very interesting how one of the people who was in a group of other Europeans, who was universally well reported on by everybody. Everybody said this guy was amazing. Everybody said this guy was the most brilliant person to ever be in these camps. He was a missionary. He was a Jesuit missionary. And everybody described him as a very calm and a very humble man. And in this camp, in this group of Europeans, there were other Europeans who stood up to the guards, who said, I'm not going to submit to your brainwashing. I'm not going to submit. I know I'm innocent. I'm strong. I will never submit to your evil re-education. And those people got tortured. Those people got brutalized. Those people emerged from those camps as psychological wrecks because the communists just turned all of their attention and power on those people and they destroyed them. Because it doesn't matter how strong your will is, if you're subjected to torture for 8 months straight by dozens of people, you're probably going to break. You're not going to be able to keep your bravado very strong. But this guy, this little Jesuit missionary, he was mild-tempered and he was meek and he was humble. And he was always very friendly with everybody. He was friendly even with the Chinese people that were specifically assigned to spend hours of every day screaming and yelling at him and trying to break his will. And in the end, he actually managed to make friends with some of the most hardcore communists in the entire camp. And afterwards, all of the foreigners who were let out from that camp eventually said, this guy was amazing. He managed to do so much because in the end, even the communists who hated him with all of their heart and soul, they physically could not bring themselves to be evil to this man because when they looked at him, they couldn't bring themselves to believe that he was a monstrous capitalist, simply because he never reacted violently or aggressively to any of the provocation. He never spoke up, he was always calm, and he was always reasonable. He wasn't weak, he didn't submit, he didn't break his integrity. All that he did was respond mildly and kindly with everybody, no matter what they did to him. And he was the one person out of all the interviews where every single person who met him gave him a good report, whether they were communist Chinese or they were foreigners. And I think that is a great example. So like Wendigoon, yeah. That's a great example of why it is so important to be reasonable and principled. I don't know the name specifically, I just have a solid grasp on modern history. All evil takes to succeed is for good to do nothing, which is what the meek attitude tries to push. I disagree. Meekness is not weakness. The world belongs to those who have the swords but are hesitant to use them. That's a very good quote. Reminds me of the anecdote about a group of Christians trying to convert a Buddhist monk. They all tried arguing with him and got turned away, except one who simply gave the guy an orange. Yes. There's also a scripture that says that by being... Let me actually look it up because it's a slightly complicated quote, and I don't want to get it wrong. 1 second. It's a verse that I have always taken to heart. Yes, it's from Romans chapter 12, verse 20. And it says, "If your enemy is hungry, feed him. If he is thirsty, give him something to drink. For by doing this, you will heap fiery coals upon his head." And I like that scripture an awful lot, because it points out very succinctly that if you are a nice person, it is inherently far harder for other people to be nasty to you. Though there are those who only know reason, and those who only know violence learn to speak the correct language. Yeah, that's also a good quote. And when you internalize these kinds of concepts and you start to implement them in your life, you'll be amazed how much your tolerance rises, and how speak softly and carry a big stick. I mean, that works too. People need to know you as a man of principles, and you don't impress upon people the idea of you having principles by shouting and screaming at them. And people find it, as I said, people find it very difficult to be nasty to nice people. Some people are, and those people are psychopaths, but you'd be amazed how many people are fighting not you, but the person they assume you to be. And if you go out of your way to make sure they understand that you are not the straw man that they think you are, then they will face cognitive dissonance. And that cognitive dissonance is usually far more powerful than anything that you can do to them. Being confronted with the reality that the enemy they hate has actually done nothing to warrant the hatred that they are pouring out on you, that is the strongest form of cognitive dissonance. And being able to inflict that on a person is far, far more powerful than any amount of screaming and yelling at them. No, it's not. There are always those who will happily choose evil and violence. I mean, they will. But if you can stand together with good people, if you can stand together with a majority of good people, then the minority of those who will happily choose evil and violence will be weeded out. But then you hit them while you're weak, or their cognitive dissonance will make them violent. Well, I mean, there's a lot of ways to go about it. Again, I think we could have an entire stream talking about this. There's a lot of debate to be had. I don't claim to have all the answers or anything like that. And I think we'll continue with the Offkai stuff, because there is more to talk about. So let's go back to that. I'm being beeped again. No, it's just something from that Discord. And now we're getting back onto the silly part of things with the Offkai orgy stuff. Kirasame is a boobro, and he is the most degenerate of boobros. And Limkin said here, is this another case of Proctor being dreadfully disconnected from reality, or are the orgies actually that bad? Last time he talked about VR chat brothels, if it was something that suddenly popped out of the woodworks and not a very well-known den of degeneracy. Now acting like gay orgies at con isn't a regular thing, but it somehow make Offkai worse than average. This is Naganon again saying, again, as I said, Kira Hirasame is the worst boobro. This just in, Offkai orgy, floor 8, topless bunny girl spotted, have fun, Susney. Good old VTuber conventions, friend told me. Every convention has an orgy. So yeah, these are all degenerates, and they're talking about this Offkai orgy stuff too. Anyhow, back to orgy, the Tangent Fox strikes. There's a reason I like Kirsha so much. If there's anyone I trust to know how bad the degeneracy at cons are, it's this guy and his ilk, yes. Kira is also the second worst hexamod, worth noting. Oh, what a pathetic man. What a pathetic little man. The emotional whiplash on a Proctor stream is like the euthanasia coaster. By the way, did Hexa destroy the cursed medallion? I don't know. Maybe she did. We'll have to ask her about that sometime. Oh, yes. I really hate when mom and dad VTA fight. On another note, there are always rumors about orgies in most cons out there. Some are made up to add to the picture of degeneracy of niche subcultures, but others are actually true. Case in point, last year's Offkai actually had a room dedicated for sex, and I can show it. richandcreamy.f. What the hell kind of name is that? Gave out like 10 shots to the Phase Connect party line. Just gave out the first orgasm. I thought Hexa was sending her medallions to Masterson and Vito. Oh dear, I hope not. Got a dual wield. I've got more than that with videos showing people making out and choking on dildos, but I can't really show that here, so you will have to believe my word for it. I do believe him tragically. Fun fact, the guy that was in charge of this room actually showed up to my stream as I was discussing it and saying what a bad idea it was to post it on his official business account. Oh... You know it smelled crazy in there. Oh, imagine the smell. Imagine the smell. That is not the good kind of sex stank, put it that way. Yes. Here's the Reddit stuff. Oh dear, do I have to... You know what? Before we do this, I've just realized we just crossed the apparently we're at the 3-hour mark now. Give me a moment. I am going to just go outside and grab my protein drink. And I am just going to go to the bathroom too. So I'll be fine. I'll be about a minute or two. Proctor, how long are you planning on streaming? Well, until we reach the end. We've got about another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 12 or 13 tabs left. And then we've got the Krampus stuff as well, which will be fun. Put on break music. I don't have break music, you bloody idiot. What kind of music am I supposed to put on? I'll literally be like a minute and so. I'll be right back. So, BRB chat. Why are the fireplace sounds not working? Why is it not working? That's weird. It should be working. Put on some elevator music. I will at some point. Shut up. Now, I'll be back in a moment. Why is that not working? Oh, it's not set to loop. That was kind of awkward. Sorry about that. That's why it wasn't working. Put on Irish music. I'm bad at Irish music. Let me see. Free Irish music. How much is that? 2 minutes long, 4 minutes long. Yeah, about this one. There's your flipping background music. Have fun. Bye. Hello, gentlemen. I am back. That's actually quite nice. Pretty nice little music. I'll leave that to run in the background, actually. Oops. Just pitch it up a tiny bit. There we go. Yes, I have returned, and I had to walk back quite carefully. Could have sniped the BB stream to shill her for a bit, but okay. Louder, please. Sorry about that. Don't do a DSP. What do you mean DSP? No, to download RimWorld again. RimWorld is a great game. RimWorld's a wonderful little game. I need to play more RimWorld again soon. TM. Yeah, that reminds me. We actually are nearly... Let me just check my sub count. My channel, Proctor Zakharov. We're at 760 subscribers. It's only something like another 240 subscribers until we... Another 240 subscribers until we manage to get to the point where I can actually rate people, so... That'll be fun. Darkside Phil forgetting to turn off stream. Anyway, now that's over, let us continue with our Odyssey. I keep going to change the tab back to my stream, and it doesn't work because... Oh, it's actually... It just runs on. That's quite nice. I'll leave this as background music. Raid people, big wheel. How loud is that? I'll turn it up a tiny bit more. Here's how. This is all Faye's fault and the con is innocent. Mods have been extra aggro, deleting any Offkai drama, so this will be purged as opinions in the thread turn towards Offkai being the problem. It's Faye's fault for getting stuck with the wrong volunteers. Edit 1, please note that these are suspicions, not facts. As Hamster9K said below, it could very well simply be that FaZe Connect had a less experienced team on the job. Until Offkai or FaZe Connect clarify what happened, we cannot know. Still, it's a bad look for Offkai and a bad handling of its PR, even if the suspicions turn out to be bogus. So, let me get this straight. So, Fishman has been to Offkai twice. And he is a major sponsor for Offkai. And so Offkai gives him a less experienced team member. Yes, that is definitely a thing that is very, very likely to happen, and I completely believe is totally possible. FaZe fans have a penchant for spreading reactionary conspiracy theories. Just look how many are screaming about California and wokeism. It's literally... Oh dear. It's literally just technical issues from miscommunication being blown up by hateful members of the community to spread bigotry and harass and threaten Offkai staff, including violent threats. Considering this is FaZe fans, wouldn't be shocked if in the coming days they will try to blame this on a minority group of people who had nothing to do with it, and we'll get to that, gentlemen. And Comfy Singularity, I'm not going to read all of these. Comfy Singularity down here says, it's unfortunately a wing of people I've noticed who try to push FaZe as this wacky group that isn't mainstream. The same kind of lamp I've seen in other communities where they think it's safe from the normies or whatever until the company puts out a statement that goes against the narrative and they go ballistic. Like, I don't follow FaZe much to respond, but I feel like some of the people tagging along are just very defensive over what they see as a more free group, going on the attack and creating narrative that align with their biases. Offkai has a history of tech issues. No, it's clearly those wiki Californians trying to stifle free speech. If something happened, they can come out with that, but racing to get out of the story first of how Offkai and its volunteers hate FaZe? Who paid for it? Well, the saying goes, a lie gets around the world well before the truth has even tied its shoes. Screwing your benefactors, yes, makes sense if you don't think. It's Reddit, they don't think. Minority group, what do they think the term black company's about race? I like the background music, it feels like a real VTuber stream now. I'll turn that down a tiny bit, actually. That's quite a nice one. And of course, Thrang has a moment. Thrang, I can't believe you're like this. You literally had to be Jannied in the thread. And this is, I've kind of actually covered this before, so I'm not going to go into it in too much detail, but 41% references in the announcements and the admin referencing rubbing Jew hands are hilarious to the in-group, with the idea of posting that kind of stuff and then expecting to gain legitimacy. If there's a degree of mainstream exposure is lunacy. Again, VT has mainstream exposure. And VT posts VTubers' addresses and doxes all the damn time. And nobody cares. No wonder Uki loves Niji. So, I don't agree. I think that I am not going to compromise my standards in any way for the sake of appealing to the mainstream. I want mainstream attention, don't get me wrong. The mainstream attention, we are going mainstream as TVA. We're not going mainstream as TVA light. People take us as they find us. They adapt to our culture. We don't adapt to their culture. It's as simple as that. The most I will ask of anybody is simply, guys, maybe don't spam the N-word quite so much, alright? Proctor will become a real tuber when he has his own thread in TVA. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Proctor. Yeah, I kind of get that, Thrang. And hell, even people on VT were saying, when Offkai started, there are some people that hate TVA on VT. However, there were some people legitimately saying on VT, when Offkai was having its issues, hey, if any insiders want to go to Proctor Zakharov on TVA, they totally should, because we trust him to actually share the details properly. And when you have, again, I hate VT. I think that VT should crash and burn. But if there are people on VT that unironically still view me as a good source of information, that just shows our reputation. That's the kind of reputation I want TVA to have. TVA should have the reputation as being people that are the reasonable partners in a debate. The other people that will actually bother to learn the truth about a situation and expose all sides of the story. Can't spam the N-word on a Spanish sentence. Please do not. Please do not. Please be reasonable. I actually quite like Irish music. It's very rhythmic. It has a very nice rhythm to it. And here, Tube Dude is a bit of a dissenting voice in the thread. VT isn't even funny anymore. They are just annoying and boring. I mean, I think, hasn't Pippa said outright that she doesn't watch VT as much anymore because it is such a massive echo changer? Echo chamber? Realistically, this con bullshit is going to be another random internet back and forth for a few days, then peter out. Fishman likely won't acknowledge anything publicly unless there's absolute proof of bullshit going on beyond just incompetence. And even if there is, he can just do the professional thing and just wait to not go the next year, instead of fanning the drama flames. The only long-term effects I see from this are if FaZe goes to Offkai again or not, and how few sponsors Offkai gets next year, just of how incompetent they have been the last 2 years. And I think that is an unfortunate bit of blackpilling. It's not entirely untrue. But again, on Sunday, 9:22 p.m, so this is what, Sunday afternoon at the convention? Urika's karaoke is dying, and some vendors are having trouble with payment processing due to shitty internet at con. She had to cancel the karaoke. Update, I couldn't get the stream to work in the atrium. I'm so sorry. I've literally been setting up for 3.5 hours and I'm genuinely losing my mind. Once one thing works, another thing breaks. I'm going to try to record a few songs scuffly and see if staff can play them at the booth. Which I think is a real shame, a massive shame. And again, some people are arguing, oh, the talents, you know, that the talents were happy, they had fun, that it was okay because the talents had fun. The talents had fun, so you should just ignore any of the bad things because you know, the talents had fun, guys. It's all okay, so long as the talents had fun. They cling to the whole, oh, the talents had fun thing like it's a mantra, a talisman. Whereas I disagree with that entirely. You really think that people that are under contract, who are literally contracted to be public representatives of a company, are going to come out and say, yeah, Offkai was shit, I never want to go again, I had a terrible time? No. There's a certain level of contractual obligation you have in situations like that, and we've seen it all before. If Scarly and Aster can be forced into a collab together when both of them clearly hate each other, and then do a whole, you know, Twitter thing afterwards going, oh, Neji Sanji is friendship, Nichi-san, is Unity. Do you really think that the Phase Connect talents are going to come out and say, yeah, Offkai was terrible, we never want to go back? That's not how a corporation works. Check pings, by the way. Allow me to have a look. I'm getting my... Treehouse. Okay, thank you for that. 4chan only had friendly fire and SMG set to spread. They probably had fun with each other and the fans, not necessarily the con itself. I'd hope the FaZe talents aren't as mind-broken as the Nishi hostages. Again, it doesn't really matter what it's like behind the scenes. It matters... And again, these are very conflict-averse women. These are very, very conflict-averse women. And we'll be talking about that a little bit further on. What do I want to share this post? As Tuberdude said, very fair to assume, but I'm trying to edge on the side of caution without clear proof of genuine sabotage instead of opportunistic pot stirring. Agreed. For all we know, he could be nothing more than a Twitch Janny until there's more proof. I'm trying not to see him as anything more than that. That being said, given his past clear disdain for Pippa, I don't trust this guy to have to power over a damn thing for something she and her company are part of. Just glancing through his Twitter, it should be obvious he shouldn't have the power to even determine whether trash cans are placed at the con. It only took me a few minutes to find his posts and retweets about Pippa. Even if a volunteer, it's a pretty bad look on the official con to have someone on volunteer staff that's even just a Twitch Janny who has a clear disdain for a talent of the company that is a big sponsor, has a large presence and a large fan base at the con. And I'm glad that people are backing up Lido and Pew in the thread. The stream was like 50 minutes long. She spent 10 minutes on the drama, so 1/5. The fans also... I mean, just look at Pippa's last stream. Half of it was her own defense for Offkai. The other half was just getting one guide. There are some... Oh, I've heard this song before. Wait, this is... This music has been in Myth before. I recognize this song. This Hidden Past, Kevin MacLeod. This is a Myth soundtrack. God damn, that's a blast from the past. That is from Myth the Fallen Lords, I think. Or maybe Myth 3, Myth 3 the Wolf Age, probably. Damn, I like that. Sorry about that. I was a bit distracted for a second. That being said, if there are people behind the scenes intentionally effing things up that caused Leah, Uruka, and Sheena to have their stuff cancelled, Dizzy having to step up and give her spot to make up for Euphoria's scuffed event, Louie apparently having issues for her event, etc., I have this to say to all those responsible. Yeah, basically. However, yes, if I remember correctly, little to no people had their events cancelled last year. There was plenty of scuff, and Lisa did reveal they initially tried to cancel her concert appearance, and one of Sheena's events went to shit, but I'm pretty sure everyone did still have their events, and they at least tried to make them work. But there were many issues this year that led to people having their events cancelled or interrupted. Scuff is bound to happen, but shit this bad is pretty inexcusable when it's worse than the previous year, and Offkai official staff have explaining to do when it's all done. Maybe not to us, but definitely to people that got effed over. Pippa talked more about having fun with the other girls. Unless this is a facade, the talents have always been seen to openly criticize the going on in the companies in Phase Connect. Again, there is criticism and there is criticism, but that's a topic for another day. On the nice side of things, Offkai was a place where hatchets were buried and friendships were forged, and this is unambiguously a very good thing. Sayu and Matara, because Sayu has talked an awful lot on her streams about how isolated she feels and how she has tried to reach out to former VHO talents before, and they have seemingly snubbed her. Whereas, from everything that Matara says, both she and Mint met up with... Mint might have been there, I'm not sure. But Matara and Sayu definitely met physically. They had dinner together, and they patched things up. And now Matara is following Sayu on Twitter, which is really, really nice. I love that. That's beautiful. And Merely Tourist is annoying because Merely Tourist has a lot of terrible opinions, but as somebody said, Uruka's karaoke is dying. And Merely Tourist here points out, let me just get that properly in frame. I don't get it. Is she streaming from a hotel or something? Their tech staff is patently retarded. It's so easy to reserve some 200 to 300 megabits in separate VLAN and WLAN for streaming, and another one with a 20 to 30 megabit reserve for payments too. You don't even have to fiddle with VLANs past main router, just different sublets. Merely Tourist is also a cuck, yes. But he made a point, I believe it was Reinigan. Reinigan has commented on this before about how it would have been remarkably easy for Offkai to just sublet a basically a dedicated router hub or whatever it's called to get exclusive convention access, as opposed to Sakura should handle these things. It's not Pippa's or the other girl's job to be con ambassadors. I truly hope he is TCB. What do you mean by TCB? I don't understand that acronym. And Legal Mindset chips in as well. We're also only a couple of... We've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've only got 6 or so taking care of business. That's fair. Legal Mindset chips in with the Offkai Expo consent to volunteer and a release of liability. Hope people can... Interesting possible interpretation of the non-disparagement clause, which includes events at Offkai. Offkai Expo consent to volunteer and release of liability. I volunteer to undertake activities sponsored by the organization known as Offkai. Offkai requires the volunteers be at least 18 years of age. Only designated officers may speak on behalf of Offkai or its sponsored events. Volunteers and vendors of Offkai may not share confidential or privileged information or disparage Offkai or its events in public online forums, including, but not limited to, Twitter, Facebook, Discord, and Twitch. Situations that arise with regard to this policy will be addressed by the President, Vice President, or Board of Offkai. Offkai makes no representations or claims as to the condition or safety of the land, structures, or surroundings in which any event may take place, whether or not owned, leased, operated, or maintained by Offkai. I understand that all activities are voluntary and that I do not have to participate unless I choose to do so. I understand these activities are potentially dangerous or harmful, and that by participating, I voluntarily accept and assume the risk of injury to myself or damage to my property. Reportedly, Nyaru had to tech support herself during the concert, so maybe there was no tech support. That's an interesting comment. I think LM considers VTubers as a side hustle now, considering the state of VTuber contracts. I agree, and it's better to have people like LM on the scene. Would you rather have no legal insight into the VTuber corner? I'm happy that Legal Mindset is here and he's tearing stuff apart. Interesting possible interpretation of the non-disparagement clause, which includes events at Offkai. Yeah, I don't like this at all. I really don't like this at all. We need Rackets. Rackets needs to go die in a ditch. And once again, we are back to the gay orgies. I've regretfully been informed of rumors circulating about capitalist gay orgies here at Offkai. As the host of the Kapipi Room Party, I can confirm these gay orgy rumors, and as such, all Pippa fans now have full rights to use the F slur. Good grief, that's a lot of booze. Look at that. What degenerates. LM likes Asian girls, so this is in his wheelhouse. Rackets has been cursed. The con owner said volunteers said they did not have a choice. That's interesting. I don't really know much more about that, so it's not... I can't comment on it very much. Oh, good grief, they're paying me again in stupid stuff. There we go. And here is Sayu, just again. Why is she called Hentai Matsuri? I don't want to know. Had a wonderful lunch with the beautiful Matara. We cleared up some misunderstandings and had a great time. Genuinely love her so much. And there is the Roach Mom herself. Yeah, this if the best thing about Offkai has been the total Niji sister death. Total Niji sister death. This Offkai has been beautiful for that one thing. Hentai Matsuri, is she calling herself Goblin? She's going to Hentai Matsuri. Ugh. I like Sayu, but her commitment to degeneracy is a little... well... Oh, this is about, LM. No, not LM, this is false ID. False ID, I am not even going to dignify him by giving him a click on this video. People have said to me that basically he excuses Offkai and he says, oh, I've got an insider. And the insider says, Offkai is totally innocent. It was all just scuff. There's nothing bad going on here, guys. Just believe my completely unsubstantiated information that I definitely didn't pull out of my ass. My biggest and sweatiest ass. One moment. Face Sisters, what is our response? And I'll let Tenma speak for us all. Please stop talking about False's ass. Do you get Thrang? Do you get jealous when I talk about other men's asses? Got him. False ID doing damage control, yes. But anyway, this is I Thrang got called out.
Foresight said you have more Face Connect members coming soon. Is that true? Foresight needs to suck my big fat cock and leave me alone, okay? I kind of give you a lot of content on your fucking table and I don't like you at all, False ID. I fucking detest the living shit out of you. You fucking pest of existence. I can't answer that regardless.
I think the Tenma false eye damage control Tenma is so real. I think that Tenma is less based than people give her credit for, but yeah, on that case she is completely effective. She is completely honest with how she feels, and I completely agree with her. Apparently Tenma punched Sakuna when they first met. It wouldn't surprise me enormously. Sorry, one moment. The sweet tunes once again. Nobody has said they don't want the music, so I'll just keep playing it. Sorry, I need to blow my nose. Is that an Archive Bro reference? Don't forget Pippa brought false ID merch because she likes him. Sad. I think that is very sad, honestly. To be honest, this was Dum Dum Did Nothing Wrong, who is always wrong. Once Offkai bent the knee and dasped with Kirsha, then the volunteers sabotaged the event. A substantive false combo with the alleged source seems to have some contradictions in it, but if Kirsha provides the promised receipts, then we will know. And, Pippa isn't being subtle. Yeah, we're onto that part, actually. I don't actually have the... No, I actually can look it up quite easily, can't I? I'm a fool. And this is Lightho's last real comment about all of this. When I spoke with the FaZe people at the time, they were very angry. I guess cooler heads prevail after a day or two, though I would put my money on a minor appearance rather than something huge like this year's again. As for Sakura, he's just doing the business thing of taking care of stuff behind the scenes privately, like any competent businessman should, instead of just airing dirty laundry and getting yourself effed for the rest of time by feeding into the controversies. At the end of the day, Sakura is an autistic Chinese businessman first and foremost, so he's going to adhere to unspoken East Asian code of conduct more than Western sensibilities. He's never going to speak badly of Offkai in public, and I do agree. We need more receipts to drop. The receipts are coming, trust me. Pippa is just too nice and patient for people, just like all the Henry stuff. I agree. We will get on to that. And people are saying this confirms that a volunteer told me about FaZe having signed up for a 2-year deal. I have heard absolutely no corroboration that FaZe has a 2-year deal with Offkai. I don't believe that at all. And as people pointed out, see you all again next year. They don't say see you all again at Offkai next year. No. They could go anywhere next year. Now, give me just 1 second because I need to look this next bit up. Give me 5 seconds, just look through my content feed. Here it is, because some people posted some decent summaries of Pippa's Offkai stuff, which I will go through. Let me just mute myself for a second so I can listen to this. Desktop audio. Yeah, we can watch. This is 6 minutes, and this is 2 minutes. So yeah, we can watch this. That's fine. Because I've got some commentary about this. I haven't actually watched this before, but I have been told the summary, so... let me know if the audio is too low. That's bullshit. Sakuna keeping issues private. When he fired the cat, he released a PDF airing of grievances. That's stuff for another time, honestly. The 2-year deal sounds like bull. I agree. It's a rat. But let's see what the pink rabbit has to say, anyway. Let me know if the audio is too loud.
The staff fucked up Pippa's really bad, and it pissed me off.
Oh man. How could they do this?
It is what it is.
I hate that saying.
It is what it is, you know? I'm not gonna act like everything was sunshine and rainbows.
Is she streaming inside a McDonald's bathroom again?
But I'd say the vast majority of Offkai staff are fantastic people who are doing their best, and I'm not gonna say like Offkai is. I'm not gonna say like Offkai fucked up or whatever, you know. It's not.
This very much sounds like PR speak. Just the way that she's speaking is immediately suspicious to me, because this sounds kind of like Pippa right after she was told. Anyone remember how Pippa sounded when she got told by Sakuna the first time, "Hey, you can't be Yab on stream after the Build-A-Bear stuff"? PRkin, I told you. Yeah, this definitely sounds like PRkin Pippa. Because again, a lot of people were saying, "Oh yeah, look, Pippa is saying everything was fine, guys. Like the rats are all wrong. FaZe had a great time, and she says the Offkai staff are all wonderful. So guys, you can't like your rat has been debunked. You guys have been debunked." Yeah, I think Pippa was given marching orders. I do as well.
You know, people, it's Offkai is run by volunteers, you know? Offkai is run by volunteers. You can't expect, like, top tier, like, tech support and 100%, like, perfect, scheduling.
Pippa is walking a fine line, so we should give her some slack. Yeah, I'm not... Again, I want to make it very clear. In fact, let me just put this on screen, because I want to make sure that people understand me completely. I don't... Right, that works. Let me just put this on screen so it's impossible for anyone watching this stream to miss. There. This is not about attacking Pippa, okay? Pippa has given public commentary, and I'm analyzing that public commentary. It does not mean that I hate Pippa. I don't hate the bald rabbit. I don't want to rip her ears off. And the fact that Kirsha said that she spoke to Pippa, don't worry about it, speaks worlds of where Pippa's mind was. Look, I'm not saying it's bad that she's doing a PR move. It's just too obvious and not to not mention. Yeah, I agree.
Or programming or maintenance of events or whatever the fuck, you know? Because it's like, it's a group of volunteers who are coming to this convention, spending their money to get here, spending their money to stay here, spending their money to eat here. You know, none of that stuff gets compensated. And they're doing it out of a love for the convention and the Vtuber community, you know? The vast majority of the Offkai volunteers, I want to say are wonderful people, are very, very kind people. All right. And if you guys have qualms with the convention, then the best thing that you guys can do is to volunteer yourselves, because conventions like this cannot happen without volunteers. It's just not feasible.
Yeah, and I agree with her here. And I think this is exactly what I was talking about earlier, is that when it comes to having principled stands, if you don't try and volunteer, and you don't try and stand up for your principles, and you don't try and make the convention to be the kind of convention you want to hear, then you want to be at, then you're not going to win. If you're just going to sit here and go, those asshole SJW types, they're just going to control the convention, there's nothing I can do about that, you need to go and volunteer. Like I've said, I want to volunteer for VExpo. I mean, I'm not going to go in there and be like, oh, guys, I'm a deep cover agent in VExpo. I'm going to expose all the tranny jannies and all that. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say, you know, I want to help. I want to make sure there's no problems. I want to be fair and even-handed. Hell, if they tell me to go and rip for GX Aura, I will do so, even though I don't like GX Aura. Because you know what? If you're a volunteer, you don't get to say. You don't. If I'm going to be mad, if I'm going to be angry that Kirsha was blacklisted from Offkai by a volunteer being angry there, then what kind of massive hypocrite would I be if I went to VExpo as a volunteer and got told, hey, you've got to stand in GX Aura's panel? How much of a massive hypocrite would I be if I said, no, I don't want to do that because I don't like GX Aura? No, you should stay a professional. You should stay professional. You should treat everybody equally, even if you don't like them. Because that's what separates you from the assholes. Again, that's all about principles. Proctor, they would F with you just because they can. I don't care. Again, I really don't care. That sounds like my theory that guests got told to not shit talk about the con or the staff. Yeah, I mean, I can see that happening.
Enterprise, they give it $2, just blame it on California. Vote with your wallet. You can vote for your wallet. Vote with your wallet. I think the more impactful thing is to volunteer yourself. You don't have to volunteer the entire convention. You can do just like one day or... The problem is that functional adults don't have time to volunteer. That's why it's always staffed by dirtbags.
That's a very good point. That chatter has just been an extremely good point. Hippa literally called for a personal army for next year because she really enjoyed the con, saboteurs notwithstanding. To be fair, I'm not flying all the way to California. Too much risk of money due to people breaking into cars. Numerous expensive. Yeah, I would never support a convention in California simply because it's doomed from the start. There's a difference between volunteering for a con that might turn out well and diving straight into hell and hoping that Satan won't stick a fork up your ass.
I mean, are you saying everybody in the convention is a dirtbag? Everybody that goes to Offkai is a dirtbag? Because, like, these are all functional adults, like, going to the convention.
Yeah, this is PR speak. I don't think that even Pippa is delusional enough to claim there's no way she wasn't told to say that. There's no way she wasn't told to say that. That is 100% something she was told to say. Functional adults. Nah, fam. Nah. Pippa completely misunderstanding the chat as expected. To her, they probably seem very together.
Convention, right? Functional adults can pay to go to the convention. You know? I don't blame anybody for not feeling like volunteering, right? I just want to make it clear that like all of everything that like you see here, right? Like all these graphics and everything, all these are made for free, you know, by just people generously donating their time. People running the convention, setting up the programming, working with the talents, contacting artists, stuff like that. You know, it's all It's all volunteer work. It's a lot of work, and I like things go wrong sometimes, and sometimes there are like people that like I personally don't agree with.
Thrang, could you send me links to those clips?
But it's like, you know, it's easy to be a slacktivist and complain about something, right? And it's really
I agree with
easy
her.
to be like, I don't well, I just won't go to Offkai or whatever. And it's like, well, realistically, you probably weren't going to Offkai anyways. Like, that's my opinion. If you're like, well, I just won't go. Well, did you, like, actually, like, refund your ticket? Or did you just not go to something you weren't going to go to anyways? You know what I mean? It's just...
She does have a fair point.
People are doing their best, all right?
Put it in.
I hope people don't hold it against all of Offkai just because of like some happenings.
It's 4 a.m. Have you considered ending soon? Let me just look at something quickly. My viewership is actually going up. God damn. For some reason. We dipped it for a tiny bit and then we're back up again. I've got more stuff to go through, so we can continue going. I haven't even started with the Krampus stuff yet, so it's probably going to be quite a long stream. Pippa struggles to communicate clearly. Please understand. Why is Pippa sounding so Canadian? WTF? I thought communists love to work for free. Isn't California full of... Oh, dear. Let's finish this off. But I actually do agree with her when she says, don't engage in slacktivism. To this point, I understand this. However, it can keep people from being interested in the first place. Yeah, that's reasonable.
You know? I think that's a genuine way to protest if I were going to spend money but choose not to. Yeah. If you are going to like actually, if you had already actually bought a ticket and stuff and were going to attend, then that's one thing, right? But I feel like one of the issues with the Vtuber community right now.
God, her mic sounds so terrible.
There's such an incentive to like hop on these like drama trains where things don't need to be a drama, you know?
This I completely disagree with her with. I think that Offkai absolutely needed to be, and I don't even agree with it being called a drama. To me, drama tubing, as it were, or the drama community, is the act of taking something that is not required to be, that should not be a big thing, and turning it into a big thing. Like, the very idea of drama is accentuating something that is real, to make it larger than life. Whereas I completely disagree with the idea that Offkai should not have been a drama. I think that Offkai deserves to have as much bad publicity as possible. Now, if this had been the first year of Offkai, there could be many excuses made for Offkai. You could argue that Offkai was a small independent convention, please understand. This is Offkai's third year. And they have failed on fundamental levels to provide a proper venue for the guests. They have failed in their obligations towards their biggest sponsor. They deserve backlash over this. They deserved to have this highlighted. They deserve to have this brought out in the open. Because if nobody comments on this, Offkai will get away with it. And they should not get away with it. Yeah, I don't understand why people said this the way that she did. This literally sounds like something that she was told to say.
There's like stuff that needs to get worked out, right? Like that's life, you know. Like you always like want the ball to be in your own court, so to speak, right? And there's always like situations that arise at times where it can be a struggle, but not everything needs to be like a massive drama, a public spat, this, that, you know. It's like people went to Offkai to have fun, you know? Life is about compromise, yeah. And it's, I don't know, I'm not gonna keep ranting. I'm very grateful to the people at Offkai.
You hear the way she says that?
it's I don't know. I'm not gonna keep ranting. I'm very grateful to the people at Offkai.
Good grief, that is a tortured. That is a tortured. I am very grateful to Offkai. Yeah, I really don't believe that she said this of her own volition. Honestly, she sounds like she's tearing up. Remember, the Pipper is part of a corpo. At the end of the day, she has to play ball to some extent. Yeah, I do agree. 100% brainloading corpo speak. She's done it before, and she's gonna have to do it again at some point. Yes. I do agree, and this is something that I will talk about more in a minute after we go through these clips.
Let them get away with it. I'm just gonna mute you. Put user in timeout.
I did tour this area a little
Goodbye.
bit earlier just to kind of get a
Goodbye.
booths that were open to live stream.
That is obviously not what I'm saying. I'm obviously not saying let people walk all over you. I'm not saying nothing ever needs to be worked out ever. I'm not saying everybody is perfect. Everything is perfect. To fucking eat your own shoe because like everything is fine. You know, it's come on man. You literally are. You literally did not listen to what I said. You literally did not listen to what I said. Rewind. Rewind the VOD. Take your time out and rewind the VOD. Take your fucking time out and rewind the goddamn VOD and listen to what I actually said. The more time that goes on, the more I get tired of people just constantly on the hunt for negativity. I'm just gonna nuke it. I'm just gonna nuke it. You know, there's valid criticism. There's valid criticism, and then there's just people who latch on to a drama because they're just fucking hungry for blood. And I don't want my
last year's video.
Sorry to interrupt, but like you see it happening with like other VTubers, right? Where it's like some people will act on their behalf, right? And they'll be like as if they represent their fan base. And I feel like I don't want kapipis getting represented by people who are just there to like hop on a drama. You know, I appreciate how passionate you guys are, and I appreciate how you guys will do your best to help when things happen. You guys are incredibly supportive, and I'm not targeting this at you guys. Okay, it's just the people who are very clearly like just fucking here to fucking like fulfill their own biases. They don't even fucking watch streams, you know. They maybe watch a clip at most, and they're like, oh, well, as a kapipi, you know, fucking dox them or whatever, you know. Like I fucking hate these people. Not kapipis, but just these false flaggers, man. False flaggers just constantly out for blood. Like, thank you. Some people always looking for a virtue to signal. Exactly. She's talking about me. Yeah, tourists.
But in a sense, that means that everyone who is able to get.
So yeah, I'm sorry that I did that, but I still kind of find it relevant. Pippa truly does not understand her fan base sometimes. She's right, I don't listen to women, so I don't watch her streams. What's a Pop-Tart doing on her head? It's a reference. It's a reference to a previous time when she had a tiny bit of a disagreement. With her chat and her fan base over a certain take that she had. When Pippa does an announcement stream with Tenma and Emmy disparaging Lumi, then you can worry a bit, but the one people calling you a Nazi is hunting for negativity, Pippa. Yeah. Again, my summary of this... What the hell is that clip? Oh. My summary of this is that Pippa was told to make an announcement like this, honestly. And Pippa was wrong about the Pop-Tart. Let me just delete that. There we go. Yeah, PR speak, pretty much. And this kind of brings me to something else. I'm not entirely sure where I put it, so let me just put back to this chatting for a second. Give me one memento, please. I need to look this up. because I definitely... Yeah, I strongly debated whether or not to highlight this, but I think I will anyway, because... Actually, give me just 1 second while I put my... I don't know why this isn't on dark mode, because my regular, for the sake of not flashbanging you, I'm just going to put my profile... Edit profile... No, no, that's not it. Where the hell are my settings? How do I do this? This is so irritating. More. Settings and privacy. Ah, that's how you do it. Sorry, I'm just going to put dark mode on so that... Display, dim... There we go. There we go. Very nice. Come on, where is it? Yes, there we go. And we now can show this. Black Power NASA quote. Pippa is the sort of person who should never make PR speak. It doesn't suit her. Did you see that some guy got the Jackbox t-shirts from that first Pippa stream? No, I didn't. A bit beyond PR speak, to be frank. Yes. And, let me just check my DMs. Yeah, okay, nothing interesting. Nothing interesting for now. Right. So, I'm not sure how many people were fully aware of this. I didn't really want to talk about it, but the fact that it was put out in the complete open, I wanted to highlight it. This is Nyaru, and now, I want you to all be honest. Do you think that Nyaru is the kind of person who really should be a front-facing coordinator for a community stage? Because she says here, I'm part of official Offkai Expo staff for 2024. Now, Nyaru has, on multiple occasions, said that she is very, very conflict-averse. She is very, very bad at handling negativity. She has very frequently tweeted out in Menhera fashion and like, oh, I don't feel worthy of my fan base. I don't feel as if I'm loved. I don't feel as if I'm worthy of any attention, etc. And with Pippa responding the way she did, I really felt that it was important to highlight this kind of thing, is that in conventions like this, the people who are shouldering a lot of the problems happen to be women with very severe self-esteem issues, who tend to be extremely conflict-averse. Californian Idol experience, yes. An Idol experience does not translate. I trust her more than other randos. Yeah, I'm not saying, again, I just want to make it very clear. I'm not saying that Nyaru is responsible for any of these problems, okay? I'm not saying that. I am explicitly not saying that Nyaru is responsible for any of these problems. What I am saying is that a major, major problem in this industry right now is that companies, corporations, and groups are getting away with an awful lot of bad things, and they are getting away with it not because these things are not noticed, not because these things are not evidence-backed, but simply because the people who are in a position to do something about it, to spearhead a movement for change, tend to be these kind of women who are very conflict averse, who do not want to deal with this, who are already pretty menhera, who would not be able to deal with the stress of standing up and saying, we want things to happen, we want things to be better from now on. They are much more the kind of people to run defense for these companies, for these groups, for these communities, and then say, look, because some people had a good time, it's acceptable that there were problems. And they minimize the problems, and they just kind of get through the day, and then they sit there and they go, well, some people had fun, more people had fun than didn't have fun, and so that's the best we can possibly ask for. And I don't agree with that. What I will say is that I can then see her shouldering a lot of work and getting pushed around by idiots and buckling to their whims, which goes back to the point of Fishman failing his business if he doesn't stand up here to defend his team. Again, I don't see Fishman doing that. I think Fishman is an autistic Canadian Chinese guy. He is not going to be he's not going to be emotionally invested in this. He's going to be angry on a business sense of things, but is he going to be particularly is he going to particularly care that Pippa was upset? Is he going to care that Uruka was upset? He might do on, again, the fact that he got messed around on a business sense, but again, Sakana is a guy where the entire first generation of FaZe collectively said, and again, remember, Pippa is a massively conflict-averse person. That's a mean thing to say about the guy who sponsors TVA. No, Sakana does not sponsor TVA. But the entire first generation of FaZe, who were all conflict-averse men, hero, women, mind you, apart from maybe Tenma, they all said they were going to rebel and walk away unless Sakana improved their working conditions. So, Fishman got that bad. He got to the point where women who were desperate to not start something were willing to start something in order to get away from him until he hired an actual manager to work for him. That is not the kind of man who is going to be massively emotionally involved with his talents, okay? Like, he has done on interviews where the only time he raises his voice and changes his emotional pitch is when people criticize his spaghetti recipe. He called Uruka lazy behind her back and she was about to quit. Is that a rat or is that actual evidence? I'm not sure if that comes from the horse's mouth. They also later came out and said their demands other than managers were brainless. Yeah, but I don't believe that. I really don't believe that, because remember, the girls say he is a nice guy. Again, these women are the type of people to defend those. Again, it's the abuse thing. We have seen time and time again that women are willing to defend people who have done nasty things to them purely because they are afraid of what will happen if they don't defend them. Look at the psychology of battered housewives who are willing to go back to an abusive partner time and time and time and time and time again. Because why do they do that? They do that because they are afraid of the consequences of standing up for themselves. And I'm not saying that they're weak. I'm saying they will look, if a woman with 2 children is in a relationship with a man who regularly beats them and goes back with her husband, it's not, and defends her husband. She is looking at it from an empirical point of view. She's going, if I leave my husband, if I expose him as a wife beater, then my children are going to be without a father and they are going to be without support. So I am going to choose to suffer for the sake of my children in order to maintain their quality of life, not mine. And no, I'm not saying that Fishman is an abusive spouse. Dear God, that's not what I mean to say. What I am going to illustrate is that women are willing to endure very large amounts of stress, misery, upset, and other discomfort in order to preserve a situation. I'm not sure we should be drawing this comparison there, Proctor. I'm just using it as an example. I'm not trying to say that Sakana is an abusive person. I don't think that Sakana is Magdalena's Rex. I don't think Sakana is even mean or poor-intentioned. I'm autistic and sometimes I'm totally frozen and awkwardly stoic in social situations. Fish is probably even more autistic. Yes, he is. He absolutely is. To be fair about Naru, community stage was not the one we knew had the problems. It was the main stage. That's true. Again, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that Nyaru had anything to do with the problems. All I am saying is that it's a bad idea to put somebody who is as openly mentally unstable as Nyaru in a position like this. And I can understand what Nyaru was thinking. She is thinking, I need to step up. I need to do things. And I'm sure that she took on far more work for herself than she ever deserved to do. She probably covered for bad people who didn't do the things they were told to do. And those people probably didn't do what they were told to do because they knew that Nyaru would step up and do things for them. Because this is literally something that I have seen in my own life multiple times. People will, when they know that a woman is willing to go further than they are themselves, they will deliberately withhold their own energy because they are sure and certain that a woman will just do what they were supposed to do without complaint. Because that's what women do. That is what women do. They step up to the post when other people don't. And I think that we shouldn't let people get away with this, and we should be honest about this kind of thing. We shouldn't run these silly games with each other all the time. We should understand the psychology of it. It's literally the high school group project problem. Yes, exactly. That is a very good way to put it, Reinigan. I don't think a guy who thinks stupid and eats a lot and businessy is a form of praise can really help talents who feel resentment over the con shit show. This requires mume. Yes, I completely agree. And this is a major problem with the VTuber industry. The fact that so many people who are into VTubers are autistic shut-ins with very poor social skills. And that goes for the women as well as the men. It is a game of the blind who are leading the blind. And in the end, both fall into a pit. And that pit is parasocialism and burnout. What VTubing needs is, well, what VTubing needs is professionalism. And you only get professionalism if you create an environment where people who are not professional are held to account for not being professional. Nyaro debuted her redesign at Offkai. They knew she would fight for Offkai to be successful. That's a very good point. That is an excellent point, Neorepo. I didn't even know that before. That is a fantastic point. What VTubing needs is a man. Yes, VTubing needs a man. VTubing needs men. VTubing needs real men and not psychopaths with wallets. And not, well, the other kind of man. And again, I've said many times before, I want to be a positive impact on this industry. I don't want to tear people down. I don't want to be the guy who goes, yeah, oh yeah, I know dirt on this person. Oh yeah, I'm going to be able to rip them down so badly. I'm going to expose this person. I'm going to make them feel 3 inches tall. I don't want to do that. False ID gonna be stage manager next year, just watch. Oh yes, please. Oh yes, please. Oh yes, please. Oh yes, please, 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 please. It would be so funny. I'm gonna pray for that to happen just because it would be so funny. It took the Mel Stalker, Aloe graduation, and Taiwan drama for HoloLive to really fix its act. Yes. The tragedy is... We're getting reports that Crony went to Offkai. Do you think she / he joined the Kipipi orgy? Him and archive bro. Oh boy. But if there's one thing that I would strongly agree with Pippa, is people should volunteer for conventions. Not Offkai, because Offkai is Californian trash. Don't go to Californian conventions, please. Definitely vote with your wallet there. But do volunteer. And when you volunteer, be honest about it. Say that you're volunteering and ask for help. Ask for advice. Because I'll give you advice. Because I've volunteered at places before. I've volunteered at conventions before. I've got some experience and I'm willing to help. I'm sad that, as people say, it's probably they'll never be able to get near V-Expo as a volunteer because they'll just take one look at TVA and go, nah, we don't want you. But I'll be completely honest. If V-Expo would take me as, like, a volunteer, I'd be completely sincere about it. Again, it doesn't matter where they put me. If they put me with a VTuber that I absolutely hated, I would still do my best for them. Because you have to, again, it all goes back to having principles. If you have principles are the ultimate shield against the pettiness, the stupidity, and the backbiting of all of this. And that's why I'm so happy to give people like Nanobites praise. Because Nanobites showed she has principles tonight. She showed she has principles by standing up for Kirsha. And Kirsha showed she had principles by standing up for, for how she did. For what she did. And I think that is very commendable. What if they put you with mana? I mean, that would be funny to talk about afterwards. Emphasize that you're a farm boy with strong muscles to do a lot of heavy lifting. They'll probably look past the TISM containment forum then. Would you break the NDA for content, though? If yes, then you know the answer. I wouldn't break an NDA. And before Proctor gets assigned Marina VT, I mean, I think that Marina, the moment she saw me, would just be like, no, I don't want anything to do with this person, as she should. Well, I say. I say she, I mean they. I don't care. Good grief, I hate the pronoun nonsense. No, I wouldn't break NDA. I mean, the only time that I would be tempted to break NDA is if I knew that something genuinely criminal was going to happen. An NDA should not stop people from speaking out against actual criminal behavior. That's just stupid. That's just nonsense. Definitely speak out if there is something criminal or absolutely reprehensible. Like, if a staff member is literally abusing somebody physically, mentally, or even sexually, absolutely break your NDA to talk about that. If they break their end of the deal, it's fair game. Yeah, I can agree with that, potentially. But anyway. There's some more stuff that I was going to talk about. Allow me to just check something very quickly. Because I've got a message that I will look at. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. That's quite cute. I will... I just need to send this to someone. It's got an update for something important. I should send this on. It's not too late, so I'll just copy that and send it to the relevant individuals. Who... here we go. There we go. Sorry about that. This was quite important, so I need to attend to that. More corn? No, nothing like that. Nothing like that. I was just need to send somebody a message about something that had just been done for them. Allow me to organize my tabs a tiny bit more. Yes, this is the interesting stuff. There's some of the funny stuff as well. I think we could end tonight on a funny note because there's a bunch of stuff that was sent. We talked a little bit about the mod that messed up the phase thing. We didn't say we talked about his communications. What we didn't talk about is what he actually said on Twitter, which I find extremely entertaining. So let me just put this up on screen now that I've got it. There we go. This is Gustavo BCC, and this is the phase, the moderator for the phase Steam panel that had issues. People really need to stop giving neo-Nazis and grifters this much of a stage, or the space is gonna suck real effing hard real soon. OFC, the MF complaining about anti-white racism is the Nazi, with featured clips including actual racist jokes and admitting she's okay with slurs. Lamau, go F yourself. Awful lot of actual neo-Nazis in the Vtuber community TBH. Should never have let them get as popular as they have. Imagine throwing random fuel on the fire by lying just because you can. Legitimately tired of people like you. I wonder what these things are about. I wonder what these things are about. What a fucking fanboy. What a cute little rabbit girl. I wonder what her opinions on minorities are. Oh no. Had a lot to say during the Hogwarts Legacy shit too, including retweeting Marina a ton, and retweeting things like this. Strangely, there's more anti-trans harassment in this comment sections than anyone playing the Wizard games ever gotten. It's almost like the right's been trying to fabricate and magnify this harassment to make trans people look bad because they don't think trans people should exist. This one's an anti-Semite. Here she's playing a game that references one world government, talks about how there's already a group of people running the world while her chat spams oy vey. In another clip, she references the Happy Merchant meme after a donathon. Yeah, both of these things we upvoted. And then down here, now watch the transphobes come up with some conspiracy theory bullshit instead of accepting the truth for what it is. This is Marina. Everything comes back to Marina in the end, doesn't it? Extra proof straight from Voms, and this was the whole nonsense. At this stage, we could have Pika herself come out and say she decided this on her first day and people would still invent hoops to jump through to blame it on trans people. But surely Hog's Leg accelerate the decision process. No, most contracts end or renew in April. Also, if you really think a relatively short duration issue can make an entire event which took months to plan happen maybe weeks or months earlier than planned, you're delusional. This kind of shit you see on a video where someone literally says they were told in January. So yeah, he's... What would they do if they ever met a real neo-Nazi, I wonder? Pissed themselves and run away. This is just more of the stuff. Yeah, this is just the same thing. Sorry. If you want to cry about me, maybe don't pick one where I complain about Nazis. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Do you like them? 2, where I complain about unrelated people in my life. Reading comprehension doesn't seem to be very common anymore. Also, if you really think I personally took down a stream, you overestimate what an average dingus 2 continents away can do while asleep. He lies about this, like, completely blatantly. Again, we know for a fact that this is the guy who was the stream moderator in that stream who said it was FaZe's decision, not him. Here he is directly saying he was 2 continents away and he was asleep. This is an outright lie. A complete and total provable lie. He was there, lol. Yes, exactly. He was there. This is a lie. My brother in Christ, the saboteur, literally admitted to the crime on Twitter. My brother in Christ, that tweet is literally unrelated to anything on the internet. People have lives elsewhere. And I don't have the thing post up, but people on the thread were commenting on this and they were saying, yeah, this guy's entire Twitter history, he does not once at any point talk about his real life. And yet, here... Imagine throwing random fuel onto the fire by lying just because you can. He then claims this is the very first time that he's referencing his real life. Bullshit. Absolute, outright, shameless lie. Sure it is, Mr. Molotov, I like that. Believe whatever you want, Lamau. Just be aware I couldn't control what shows up on that stream even if I wanted to. So if you want evidence of sabotage, you're looking in the wrong place. This is the most shameless lying I have seen in a very, very long time. But we have not reached the depths. All of his likes are spicy fan art and cosplay. It always is. Like the same with Kira and constantly retweeting lolly porn. Guys, when these people tell you who they are, believe them. That's all I have to say. But we're not. This isn't the end of it. No, we've saved the best bit of derangement for last. And then Pippa said things like, "This shouldn't be drama, Lamau. This is hilarious." It is hilarious. Dunking on retards like this should be a national sport. I mean, do you think if Ethan Ralph if Ethan Ralph was saying stuff like this, do you think that Pippa wouldn't be laughing at it? Listen and believe. Yes, I choose to listen and believe when my enemies tell them exactly who they are and exactly what they are going to do to me. But yes, we have saved the best for last. This is wonderful, Thrang. Thank you. Thank you so much, Thrang, for all of this. He's getting extra ASMR tonight for being such a good dog. This is Krampus. Have I? Yeah, this is actually, I already had it open. This is Krampus. Krampus, the wonderful, wonderful Kapipi. Oh, the wonderful Kapipi. Person, the Offkai mod responsible for the Twitch shit show, then blamed FaZe Discord, by the way, was Kirsha was the canary in the coal mine. I get it's hard for cons to be picky about who they take as volunteers, but giving these small tyrants any degree of power is insane. Krampus isn't Kapipi, don't give him that honor. I really felt it when you called him dog. Thrang is a very, very good boy. Krampus. Oh, I love Krampus. I love Krampus. I really love Krampus. Krampus is... Is there enough material on Krampus for a Rec Room thread or something? Because Krampus is an insane person. Kersha is an actual political grifter. Pippa is not. If FaZe and Pippa were slighted, that's an actual issue unrelated to Kirsche, who doesn't deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as Pippa or FaZe. The two issues are wholly separate. Here's Irshe, who is a very nice person. Ignoring your misuse of the word grifter, Pippa and Kirsche regularly collab and are good friends. Kirsche is even why we know that Offkai last year tried to oust Pippa, but got an all or none, no negotiating from the fish, forcing them to oust the volunteers instead of Cave. Yes, I'm aware Kirsche is trying to co-opt FaZe and Pippa to fight her battles to our detriment. Pippa has a unique ability to associate with terrible people, and in this case, it was Kirsche. Pippa was at the last con, so the issue doesn't exist. Irsha rightly responded, "Are you retarded? Pippa was at the con because the fish defended her with the company when they tried to get rid of her, and Kirsche explicitly said, if you ruin Offkai for Pippa because of her, she'll ban you, exact opposite of trying to use FaZe for herself." To which the mighty Krampus responds, "If Kirsche wanted to keep Pippa safe, she wouldn't have mentioned her at all. Bitch, she literally got Pippa's permission to mention her. Do you really think that Kirsche, brainworm extraordinaire, would mention Pippa if she had not absolutely 100% confirmed to the point of insanity that Pippa was okay with her mentioning her? This is a woman that is so pathologically terrified of confrontation that she refuses to answer DMs for weeks at a time just because she is scared of somebody saying something nasty to her. Do you seriously think there is a universe in which Pippa would not have given Kirsche explicit permission to mention her in such an inflammatory fashion? Do you really think that Kirsche is like that? I'm sorry for getting this like this, okay? She knew what she was doing. It was an attempt to hijack FaZe and Pippa to serve her purposes and fight her war for her because we have bigger clout and more people. Pippa was at the last con. So, by your logic, we're supposed to masturbate Kirsche because she warned us about things that never happened, which were resolved in the corpo background, where our CEO did his job? That's ridiculous, and a clear case of Kirsche trying her best to co-opt us. And Irshe, of course, it reminds me of Henry, yes. Irshe, of course, continues just trying to get through to an insane person. No, it was to show that Offkai was caving to terrorists. It was a warning to keep an eye out for shenanigans. And look, Pippa got sabotaged and the guy basically confessed. If genuine Pippa sabotage occurred, Sakana will take appropriate measures, as is his way. Pippa's case, if real, has nothing to do with Kirsche or her situation. Kirsche's expulsion was a good call. Pippa's theoretical one is an overreach and unfair. Have I mentioned that I really, really like Pippa's feet? Kirsche, AIO, there's a lot of smoke in here. Maybe there's a fire. Pippa gets burned by a fire. You, Kirsche is completely unrelated to this. And Krampus responds, Pippa participated in the last Offkai, and as I mentioned, if there was foul play at work, our company's CEO will take care of it. I love how he says our CEO. Our company's CEO. You know, FaZe Connect is his company. Krampus owns FaZe Connect, guys. Kirsche is just someone trying to grift and benefit from our size, clout, and Pippa herself. And that's Krampus's last comment on things. Damn, my throat is actually hurting a bit after that voice, but oh, that dude is dumb. Yes, that dude deserves all the rocks thrown at him in his playground that he gets. I agree with Asmongold, the US needs to open asylums. How would Krampus react to know Pippa and Kier knew each other before FaZe? Krampus, the Shadow CEO. My god, that's such a terrifying reality. If they never happened, how could they be resolved? Don't ask questions. It should be a crime to engage with these people. It should violate a Mental Rights Act. They don't have the mental capacity to think. Has anyone checked Krampus's Twitter feed to see if he took Pippa's PR speak as an emboldenment of his stances against Kirsche? That's actually a pretty good question. I don't know, but maybe he did. I've got a ton of pings again. Let me see. No, it's fine. Okay. Sorry, I just need to have a bunch said to me. Is Krampus also AB slash JLint J7 slash Proctor? Only difference is that he isn't stupid enough to attack Pippa's co-workers. I wonder if he thinks Pippa would be happy with his behavior. Would be nice if she quoted him just saying, "Please don't be like this if you follow me." That would be hilarious. I would love it. He would, but again, he would turn it into something else because Krampus posts on VT, and I'm absolutely convinced that this post from VT is him. Look at this post. Like, I'm going to read it in Krampus's voice. Actually, I'm going to just make the chat go away for a second because it's blocking off the thing. Also, go and make my PNG tuber go away. Yes, Brock, that post is from Krampus, yep. FaZe did not say a word about the whole situation. That's the only true positive. The fact we're distancing ourselves through silence, despite the concerted effort of vigorous grifters, Kirsha, her goons, and a portion of Pippa's audience that's trying to groom her. Speaking of that last part, it's become evident a chunk of Pippa's audience is trying to groom her into being their personal tuber, and will probably try to isolate her from the rest of FaZe. They never gave up on that. At first it seemed they were aiming to co-opt the whole corpo, but that became impossible as we grew, so now their efforts are concentrated on Pippa. They want her to be their personal based tuber, so to speak. It's not a sex thing, as in Yuko/Rai's case. On that note, she's having a private meeting with her fans on Offkai, so let that be a lesson in general. What happens when you give away your sovereignty to real fans who know what's best for you? Pippa is in the same kind of danger, minus the sex. I urge the management and every FaZe girl to keep an eye on her and clearly state to her, privately, that you're on her side and that she can talk to you at any moment. While Pippa theoretically being stolen away to her PL or other incarnation wouldn't hurt FaZe, it would be a catastrophic turn for Pippa's life from which she wouldn't be able to recover. It would mimic the Nano situation, where the poor girl went from being the cusp of FaZe's great incline to a hanger-on of Kirsha. Total, complete mistake. If Pippa ends in a similar situation, she'll be forever a prisoner of her based fans, a parrot, a toy at their mercy, and a meaningless accessory for people like Kirsha or any other based subterranean gerbil. This would constitute a total defeat of her as an independent person and an end to a respectable career. To any on the fence, you are either on the side of FaZe and apolitical entertainment, or you are Kirsha's little chuddy, to be fleeced at her leisure. And beyond every grifter, there is always another. You cannot be on both sides. Either choose yourself and FaZe, or go join the political grifters. The two are mutually exclusive. VTubing is, must, and should remain apolitical. CGDCT above all, forever, always. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. Yeah, this is obviously from Krampus. Obviously, it's written in the exact same style as Krampus. Bruh needs to take his meds. Yamiru Krampus. TLDR. Ree! This makes me miss Henry. Ooh. This is the average Cappy Cord conversation, I assume. Oh, I enjoyed reading that far more than I really should. If anybody else has schizo posts like this, I really do want to dramatically read them because they're just so much fun. They are so much fun to dramatically read. Do we have anything else from this guy? Oh, that's just a pastiche. Give me a moment. Okay, I'll give you a moment. I did a second myself after that. My throat actually hurts a little bit. Oh. Let me just look at my DMs, because I just had a conversation with somebody. Well, not a conversation, but oh, okay, I'll do that. Ow, my jaw, that actually hurts. Voice was worth it. Proctor read JC the Hyena's rant when Sonic.exe got deleted. It has the literal same energy, I swear. VT does not have Migos, for shame. You'll put Parrot out of business. I have had professional voice training, okay? I have had professional training as a dramatic reader and so on, and a public speaker, so I enjoy doing this. This is a great way to unleash the stuff that I've been given in the past. I have now been beeped, so I will look at what I've been beeped at. Jimmy, come on, load, you blasted thing. VTuber discussion. Is this Krampus again, or is this somebody else? This looks like, I immediately see like grifters and so on, so this looks like Krampus. Let me just do a quick, just a brief quiet. Let me just rest my voice for just a second or two. Just gonna go quiet for a moment. Remember if, and that's if. She was honoring here shares a genuine political grifter. Yeah, this is definitely Krampus. He's doing the whole within our own community stuff again. Amigo is when someone likes your post. JK, it means nobody cares. Honestly, Amigo, I didn't even know the background of that. For a while, I literally thought that like the Miko thumbs up thing was genuinely a positive thing. Because I was like, it's Miko giving thumbs up, so yeah, of course it's a positive thing. She's giving thumbs up. I didn't actually know the context of that clip at all. Because I don't watch Miko. I just blow my nose before I do this. Sorry for the dead air, but I'm getting to the point. I've been live for 4.5 hours, so the voice is definitely getting a bit strained. This is probably going to be the last thing I dramatically read tonight, so give me a... No, I keep doing that. Let me just... No, I won't delete that because I've got it set up. Chat, PNG, VTuber, okay. Reminder. If, and that's an if... Pipper and FaZe were slighted or sabotaged by bad players within Offkai, that issue is unrelated to Kirsha. Kirsha is a genuine political grifter. Pippa is not. The two issues are completely unrelated. Pushing Kirsha out was a good call, because politics have no place in VTubing. Anime, manga, VTubing, everything weeb, K-pop and K-everything are successful and loved because they do not dabble or allow politics in. This goes for both sides of the autism spectrum. All of it is unwanted and must be gatekept. If Pippa and FaZe were sabotaged in any way, Sakana will absolutely deal with it because he gets paid actual real money for the thing. Do not allow Kirsha or her grifters, or for that matter double-sided people within our own community, to co-opt you into fighting Kirsha's retarded war for her benefit. Their goals and purposes have nothing to do with VTubing. It's just the retarded American culture war. More than that, Kirsha has tried to pull Pepper and FaZe into her orbit. LOL. And this could and would compromise the entire corpo and every single talent. Even if you're strictly here for Pipper, that doesn't excuse callous disregard for all our other talents. Pipper is not FaZe Connect. She's a part of FaZe, but so are all the other girls. I won't believe we were sabotaged unless Sakana or management makes disagreeable noises. It seems all corpos had issues, and this seems like genuine incompetence again from Offkai. I'm also not excluding the possibility various circles are LARPing as Offkai volunteers or insiders to stir the shitpot, either for amusement or as part of some greater effort to shit politics into VTubing, with or without connection to Kirsha. In other words, don't be quick to believe anyone. Unless we get explicit confirmations from the fish, this is all still an open question. And above all, don't let Kirsha's goons rope you in or engage in politics whatsoever. You streamed a quarter Kayla today, rookie numbers. He'd do a good job as town crier, God's strongest phase sister. Krampus is Francis E. Deck reincarnated, mark my words. He'll start ranting about Frankenstein radio controls by the end of the year. Oh, that is just... Oh, I never closed the vote. Sorry about that. End poll. It disappeared from my screen. So, out of 117 people, volunteers for VXO, yes, 82%, no, 17%. Yeah, that's a pretty decisive margin. He isn't a fan of Pippa, he's a fan of the idealized Pippa he made up in his head. Yeah, he absolutely is. This guy is crazy. This guy's just absolutely insane. There's no doubt about it. I'm also curious about something. I would like to start another poll. Would you be willing to fund... There's something I want to talk about VExpo before we end stream, actually. To fund Bjork fan vibes, indeed. Yes, he absolutely sounds like that. TVA ship of... Yes, basic 300. Yes. Sorry about this. This poll needs to be fairly long. Pound shot. Let me just go back to VExpo for a second. Sorry, 1 second. I've messed up my tabs again. Yes, go. What? There we go. There we go. It's quite an interesting thing because, yeah, VExpo, it literally has... I saw off the flashbang, but I don't think there is any dark mode for this. No, there is no dark mode, unfortunately. So, a tiny bit of a flashbang coming up. My apologies. 3, 2, 1, flashbang. VExpo sponsorship. They have a bunch. I'm not even going to bother going for the $4,400 pounds one. This is in pounds, by the way, so it's going to be a bit more, and then there's VAT on top. I think VAT is like 22%. I forget. Let me just check. How much is UK VAT? 20%. I really wish England would just sink into the sea, honestly. £1,500 shot. Good lord, Britain's going to show terrorists how it's really done. I don't know what the hell a pound is. You know, I'm glad I read La Celestina in my teens, so I wouldn't end as delusional as these people. Why would a UK event exclude VAT? I know, it's just annoying. It's very annoying. I wouldn't want to give them more money until I see how paused they are. That's actually not a good point. Not a bad point. Product is not a type. There is literally a $10,500 slot. Let me just scroll down to it. Headline sponsor package. I mean, if Alex would like to spring $10,500 for, actually more like, with VAT, like 20% of 10,000 would be like, yeah, 12,000 with VAT. So, yeah, unless Alex would like to give me £12,000 to sponsor us for a headline sponsor package at VExpo, we're not going to be doing that. We're not going to be doing that. I'm pretty sure with my status in Ireland, I literally would not even be allowed to handle that much money in one go. Money laundering package, yes. Yes, most probably. 1.28 USD per £1 sterling. Ask Archive Bro / yourself. The idea that Archive Bro is somehow me is probably one of the most insane things to come out of VT in a very long time, honestly. But I mean, to be honest, I think we could easily hit like a £300 plus fee. That would be like £320 or so. No, £340 probably. So that would be possible. That would be about just under $400 or something, which is like 2 weeks of hosting costs. I can confirm Archive Bro is actually Proctor. We are best friends. To elaborate, La Celestina is a 10th century book. It warns about the dangers of idolizing people. Hold up, I thought AB was Granth. Yes, he is Girth. He's all of us and none of us. He's like the Trinity, okay? We are simultaneously all Archive Bro, and yet none of us are Archive Bro. The Holy Trinity of VTubing. That's 26 votes. I'll see if anybody else wants to vote. Let's see if we go for 35 votes. I think we can probably fund a £300 slot. I actually genuinely will. I think that I really will reach out to VExpo and ask them, hey, would you be okay with us? Before I even do anything else. I'm very curious about that. If they say no, that's fine. I'm not gonna... Again, if they say no, we want nothing to do with you, that's perfectly fine. I don't mind. People are free to not associate with us. That's completely okay. I will never hold it against somebody to start hyping up poll votes like Kino Casino yells about gift subs. I'm not that kind of person. I don't like it when people... Well, I like it when people give me money, but I always feel obligated towards people that give me money, and I don't like just asking for what feels like charity. So I'm very bad about that. What are people talking about now on the Discord? Nothing much. I bet it's Tobin Jacobs, of course. Oh dear. Sorry, I was just looking at the Discord for a moment. All right, I think that's run for long enough. We're at 32. We're at 32 votes. I respect Tobin. He's a special level of insanity. Yeah, he seems to be fine, honestly. And before the organizer is GX and she's seen everything you've said today, again, literally, if I get accepted as a volunteer in VExpo, I will genuinely do my hardest to support the convention. Because again, I sincerely believe, be the change you want to be. If anybody from TVA wants to volunteer at VExpo, I don't want you to go and volunteer because, oh, the secret insider info. Oh, bros, I can't wait for that juicy insider info. No. You should volunteer at VExpo to make it a good convention, to make sure there's no scuff, to make sure there's no nonsense, to make sure there's no, like, horrible sabotage going on behind the scenes. You should go there to protect your Oshis. Protect your Oshis. And even if I don't like somebody, if I'm assigned to work with them, I will. Because, again, it's professional. It's professional. Can we wear brown coats? Please, no. Please, no. I need to make, like, with my 3D printing stuff, I can actually make, like, TVA pins or something. That would be cool. It'd be really cool if I could, like, I don't think you can 3D print on metal very easily. Like, if I made 3D TVA pins, that would be really cool. That'd be pretty damn cool. Okay. We've got 34 votes. End poll. Surprisingly enough, a surprising number of people were okay with the £300 slot. A surprising number of people were even okay with a 14, with the 1500. So we'll see. I might put up a poll on TVA itself as well. I might reach out to VExpo and just ask, hey, are you okay with me being there and everything? Which is fine. Right. Okay. Secret handshake. Again, if I go to VExpo, I'm almost guaranteed to get face docs, but I don't care. I really don't care. The idea of the Peppa Pink shirts is still a go. Yeah, I'm not wearing pink shirts to VExpo or any convention. I'm going to go there in something nice and something that makes me look good, okay? That's what I'm going to do. Okay, guys, I'm going to end stream here because I'm sleepy by now, and I'm also quite hungry, and I realize that I'm nearly 5 hours into this, so I'm just kind of exhausted. So, see you later, guys. You're gonna look nice for VTuberCon. Yes, I want to look my best for it. Probably not gonna go in a shirt and tie, but I am gonna go in something decently professional looking. Good stream. Thank you very much, Damned Lurker. Goodbye, Thrang. Your spicy ASMR will be in your DMs in a few hours. Sorry, I need to rest my voice a little bit first. But, yeah, thank you, Muffy Graves. Thank you, Salamandra. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. And again, if you want to promote my stream or anything, please do so, because, again, not too long until we hit 1,000 subscribers, hopefully. So if you subscribe, you'll be able to inflict me sooner or later upon other VTubers, because I'll be able to raid them. That'll be wonderful. Thanks for the stream, Proc. We'll reach the VOD since I was late. Sure, same promise, never delivered. You're one of the few entertaining VTuber podcast channels. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I try. Again, there's no point in going live if you're not entertaining. Wow, I've only dropped 0.2% frames this stream, and so Starlink has been very, very good. Good night, everybody. Good night. Have fun. Have fun.